Good morning. Hope all y'all are doing well, that you got a good night's rest, and you've got all the energy you need to sit through this meeting. And that you had coffee, so that it helps you to do that. But anyway, well, good morning. My name is Vince Puente, and I have the honor of being the chairman of the Tarrant Appraisal District's Board of Directors. It is 8:01 according to my clock, and we are going to open this meeting up. We posted the meeting timely, and appropriately. We have a quoting noting that Rich Diott will be absent today. Alan Blaylock will be here shortly, and we understand Wendy Burgess is running late as well. We are going to we're going to start by standing for a Pledge of Allegiance, and we're going to have that by one of our regular attendees lead us, Chandler Crouch.
Stand and face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Face the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you very much, Chandler. And Gary, I'm going to have you introduce our invocations.
Okay, glad to do this. I'm going to introduce Pastor Joel Skinner. I've known Joel for about 15 years. He and his wife spent 10 years in the mission field in Africa, and he is currently the care pastor at Lamar Baptist Church and also, I guess, interim pastor. Is that correct? If you would lead us in prayer, we'd appreciate it.
Before I do, I just wanted to say thank you so much to you guys for what you do here. I understand that it's a thankless job. I understand that a lot of what you get is criticism and complaints, but please rest assured that there are people out there that are thankful that you're serving the citizens of Tarrant County. Pray with me. Father, we are just so grateful that we get to come before you today. We're so grateful that we are in a country that gives us the freedom to express disagreement, to voice our opinions. There are many around this world who would love to have the freedom that we have. Never let us take that for granted. And Father, this morning for this board and for this room, I pray the same thing that Paul said as he wrote the letter called Colossians, that we would put off the things of this world, the anger, the rage, the malice, and that we would put on the things of you, Father. Things like kindness and humility and meekness. That we would learn how to bear with one another and forgive one another. And most of all, that we would put on love that binds all of that together in perfect unity. And Father, most of all, would you let the peace of your Son, Jesus Christ, who died on the cross for our sins, rule today in this room. Rule among these board members. Rule among all those from the public who are bringing their concerns. Father, we ask this in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thanks, Joel.
And Joe, although it is a thankless job, you can't believe the high pay that we receive.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, we're gonna give ourselves a.
Yeah, we're going to
100%
double our
increase.
wages this time, too.
Yeah.
All right, we are here now we're going to recognize and hear public comments. Let me make a couple of comments on that. Since this is a published meeting, the speaking time will be 5 minutes. Hopefully they've got a timer that they're seeing as well, and so you'll see that. When you arrive at the microphone, if you will remember to do this for us, give us your name, your home city, and the agenda item in which you're addressing. If it's not an agenda item, your subject must be something which this board has jurisdiction to act on. So again, it doesn't do any good to talk about the weather, doesn't do any good to talk about the rate of your taxes. We don't set the rate of the taxes, et cetera. So we'll stick to those subjects. And as we are in a TAD entity election cycle for board members, this speaking opportunity, candidate or not, is not for the purpose of campaigning. If it is my interpretation that someone is campaigning, I will ask you to step from the mic. I also note this time the mic is to address the board of directors, not the other guests in the audience. All right, and we have 4 speakers today. I wonder what I did with those sheets of paper. There we go. Thank you very much. All right, first up, Mr. Daniel Bennett. I can hear you.
Okay, great.
I don't think it's on. Push the button on the side of it.
John Mack. Daniel Bennett, White Settlement, good morning. Mr. Puente and Joe Don and board. I want to talk, first of all, I'm sorry Mr. Diaz not here because it's going to be one of his last few meetings. And I remember when Mark Wood cycled off the board in 2019, everyone gave him a rousing stand of ovation. Still to this day, I do not know why. But when that man leaves, what that man received, he should get times 10.
And you're gonna be addressing 7G, is that correct?
Yeah, now I'll tell you my subject matter. I wanted to get that out of the way because he deserves, that needs to be said before I say anything else, is to thank that man. I will be addressing 7G for your banks and the relationship between this body, the reappraisal plan, and the ISDs. I got two subjects. So I'm gonna start with the bank first. The Commissioner Court uses Chase Bank. Tarrant County College uses Chase Bank. I believe we use Chase Bank. It's time to kick Chase Bank to the curb. They spent $30 billion on DEI. They've doubled down on it. It's out of the college, or beginning to leave the college, and I believe it's starting to leave the Commissioner's Court. So I encourage every governing body in this county to kick Chase Bank to the curb. If the public wants to use them, they're a money center bank. I'm hoping that you will not approve a contract that has Chase even close in its name. All right, let's talk about the ISD. I've visited about 5 of them. Talked with the CFOs, superintendents, Everman ISD, Eagle Mountain, White Settlement. I won't go through the list. Well, the one thing I have figured out, this reappraisal plan will be, I guess, affecting each one a little bit different. But there's one thing that you can't get around. And when that meeting happened on that Thursday, when Omar Garcia was here, I don't know who set that meeting up, but they felt they were not heard. Omar Garcia actually wrote the templates for school funding. Now, I don't know why Ms. Pena did not articulate to the board the potential risks to the board, to the ISD. She's a former board member, so is Mr. Bryant. They have a firm understanding of school finance. Maybe not under HB 3, but since 2019, because you cycled off in 2015 and Matt cycled off earlier than that. But the one common theme here that who cares about that bill is their INS, interest in seeking fund. There's two things to a school financing. There's your M&O side, and then there's your INS side. INS is not subject to recapture, and it is subject to a limit. It's called the 50-cent test. And I think Mr. G stood up here and said the 50-cent test. Now, I believe Kennedale is close to that 50 cents. I know Crowley ISD, Mr. Fisher, he's sitting here right now. He's there. What happens is if you cannot pay back your bonds, there is a secondary backstop to these ISD. It's called the Permanent Bond Fund. There's in 2022, I think there was 117 billion, 94 it was spoken for. But here's the deal, that's their insurance. If they can't pay those bonds, well, then they default. So they have to go to the state. Now, who approves these bonds? They don't approve the way they're spent, but who approves the bonds? The Attorney General. Who audits those bonds? The Attorney General. So they come in and look at these bond issuances and their perspective for issuance and they say, well, based on the government code, based on the TEA code, based on, there's 3 that they look into before they approve the bonds. If it's a 3-legged stool, one of those legs gets short, it becomes unstable. So I have suggested to the schools to write a letter up, instead of writing a nasty letter to this board saying you're trying to harm kids, which I just know that's not the truth. They need to write a letter down to the Attorney General and define the risk under your reappraisal plan. And if I'm at 50 cents and I come in below, because there's through the Appropriations Committee, they have a funding mechanism. They decide for the schools. Right now, they have a growth rate of 2.87. Well, if they're not growing 2.87, they're going to be below the state. they're gonna take that level, and they're gonna use that level in the calculations, plus their INS will be short. And it may push people up to the 50-cent mark, and they'll have to go to the state for a rescue. That's where we are. So I appreciate your time, and I hope you'll take what I said and actually quiz these people, because they're here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Appreciate you. Mr. George Dotson.
My name's George Dodson. I live in Colleyville, and I'm going to talk about items 6 and 7. Good morning, board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. I'm very glad to see the details about the items coming before the board this morning. Very happy to see the report by the TAD Board of Directors ARB Committee. I believe providing this level of detail regarding the selection of board members should significantly improve the ARB process. I'm looking forward to the Chief Appraiser report this morning concerning the actions regarding ongoing IT operations. I see there are some financial details involving IT, and it's very good to see that the project overruns are being brought before the board, which I don't believe typically was ever done by the prior Chief Appraiser. I only have one small question about the fact that the report by the Taxpayer Liaison Officer and the report by the Chief Appraiser are not included in the meeting package. I believe it would be helpful for the board members and the public to have opportunity to see them before the meeting. Just my suggestion. I thank again the board members and Chief Appraiser for their openness in reporting issues and successes of the IT operations at TAD. It's never a good idea to cover up operational issues of any kind, and certainly not IT, as IT is so critical to TAD, which can often, and of course, these issues can often explode if not dealt with as they occur. Thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate coming before you.
Thank you, Mr. Dotson. Appreciate you, sir. All right. Well, we got 3 people in this one. You got to split your time or something of that nature. We got Tyler Masterson, Billy Kingston, and Matt, however you say Matt's last name, Ammon.
Thanks. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, board members and Tarrant Appraisal District staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Tyler Masterson. I'm the co-founder and CEO of TrueRoll. Today I'll be specifically referencing action item 7E, the award of contract for homestead exemption audit services. I'm respectfully requesting that the board approve TAD staff's recommendation, the TrueRoll mid-level option, as the best solution for all stakeholders involved, the entities, the taxpayers, and the TAD office. I'll focus my comments on the specific goals outlined in the RFP and why we're the nation's leading provider of homestead solutions, now serving 130 counties nationwide, including 40 Texas CADs, such as Dallas, Harris, Collin, and Williamson. The RFP clearly articulates the challenge, identifying improperly granted or missing homestead exemptions while ensuring tax fairness and the best possible service to taxpayers. This aligns perfectly with our experience helping our Texas CADs achieve these exact same goals. TrueRoll has proposed the solution that delivers the best service to the taxpayers. In our industry, taxpayer service means timely, accurate homestead eligibility management. Every day in Tarrant, hundreds of residents move, purchase second homes, change their driver's licenses, rent their properties, events that affect homestead eligibility. TrueRoll monitors these eligibility changes as they occur. This enables TAD to notify the taxpayer of eligibility before revenue is lost or back taxes are imposed on citizens. Taxpayer friendly also means using the most accurate data. In TAD's 2020 homestead RFP evaluation of 3 of the same vendors that submitted bids for this RFP, TrueRoll's data was evaluated as the most accurate, with the lowest false positive rate. As an example of our dedication to accuracy, we maintain direct partnerships with authoritative government agencies like Texas DPS for state driver's license data. TrueRoll has also proposed the most complete and cost-effective solution for TAD. TAD's recommendation for TrueRoll's mid-level option goes beyond the basic tier options and addresses the entire homestead lifecycle, including the vetting of new homestead applications. Modernizing this time-consuming process of reviewing thousands and 10,000s of incoming homestead applications using the most accurate data reduces TAD-CAD staff workloads by over 60%. This cost efficiency eliminates delays in homestead application approval for taxpayers and identifies improper homesteads before they are applied. It's why Harris CAD called our application vetting solution a, quote, game changer, and why Williamson CAD wants TrueRoll to automatically vet all their applications before they individually review them. This is a component of the TAD recommended mid-level option. Lastly, I'd like to address the importance of proven expertise in homestead administration, specifically in large Texas counties. The vendor with the lowest price bid for the lowest tier service of this RFP, to my knowledge, has no Texas customers. And as the TAD staff recommends in the agenda packet, would, quote, require development. We have been working since 2018 with many Texas CADs to develop a solution to achieve the same goals in this RFP, and I can assure the board that the development will be significant. Making TAD County taxpayers a test case for an unproven solution carries significant risks to revenue accuracy and taxpayer trust. Lastly, in 2020, RFP TAD staff previously recommended awarding this contract to TrueRoll based on our superior accuracy, the importance of direct data partnerships with DPS, and cost effectiveness. However, the procurement was ultimately delayed. That delay may have had negative impacts on taxpayers and the taxing entities. I'm respectfully asking the board to consider confirming TAD's recommended partner today, a partner trusted by your peers across Texas and nationwide. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Y'all want to use the last 42 seconds?
I think we're all set, my friend.
All right, all right. Next up, Mr. Chandler Crouch.
I appreciate the opportunity to get to address the board. Oh my goodness. If I can avoid throwing my pen at one of you, I'm sure you'd appreciate that too. My name is Chandler Crouch. I live in Fort Worth, and I am addressing agenda item number 7. I know there's a lot of sub-points there. I'm going to hit a handful of them, and I've got some general comments. I'm not here to talk about the general election that just ended in our country. It's very refreshing to be in a room like this where we get to deal with people on both sides of the aisle in many different ways. You've got not only Republicans, Democrats, but you've got the appraisal district board and then school districts, and you've got realtors and tax consultants and taxpayers. And in this kind of room, in the conversations that I've had, we can put our labels to the side and look at the merits of an argument and look at what interests do we need to take into consideration and what are the best outcomes to make sure that all the people are represented and it's fair. My primary allegiance is to the taxpayer. I believe that at the core of it, that's kind of a foundational principle that any government on any level has to keep in mind, is that the taxpayer is paramount. We have the control. It should make sure that no government entity gets too much power, and so that's kind of the basis of some of my comments today. But I don't think that any one of these groups should be ignored. So I'm gonna just touch really quickly on this contract that we have with CoStar. I think that the way that our property tax system is set up is that it depends on the appraisal district valuing properties accurately. And I've heard some people say, hey, there's a contentious point on the state level about whether or not sales prices should be disclosed or not disclosed. I'm not going to get into the politics of that, but I will say that getting access to sales information is vital to the appraisal district's job. And so it makes perfect sense to be able to sign on to pay for a membership to CoStar, which is like a commercial MLS. It also makes sense to get MLS data so that you can have access to that data to do accurate values. The problem that I have with that is that if you're not a realtor and if you're just an average Joe that can't afford one of these memberships, then you don't have the same access that the appraisal district has. This is not y'all's problem. This is a problem with the system in general. I just want to mention it because when we do talk about, and I stand up on behalf of taxpayers talking about the unfairness in the system, these are the kind of things that I'm talking about. It's not something that you can control, but that factor needs to be on the table and just part of the conversation as we look at some of these bigger issues. I want to talk about for just a moment an item where I saw a potential penalty and waiver consideration that's going to possibly happen today. I don't know a whole lot about this issue. My assumption is, looking at the agenda, that there are some entities that may be, that they're responsible for funding your budget. You guys are basically, it's like a massive appraiser that does appraisals for these, for the cities, counties, school districts. And so they have to pay you for those appraisals. If they're late on the payments or if something happens, then there's a penalty. Well, if you guys consider waiving those penalties, maybe there's a good reason to do it, maybe there's not. I have no idea. That's for y'all to decide. All I ask for is that when something like this product that these guys are talking about, identify that there are taxes that are owed for maybe the past 5 years or whatever, that y'all work with the tax assessor's office to figure out how we can waive the same kind of penalties and interest on the taxpayer that's being asked to pay something that's behind. I've had people calling into my office this very week, absolutely in tears, maybe because a spouse died that had an exemption and now that exemption's being removed. And it's no fault to the appraisal district, it's no fault to the tax assessor, but now that taxpayer's having to pay penalties and interest and back taxes that they rightfully should have paid maybe, but we've got to be able to give some generosity and kindness to the taxpayer in these situations. I want to talk to the taxing entities for just a minute. No, I don't, because I want to talk to you guys. I've learned my lesson. Here we are. This product that's on the agenda is a good product because people that owe money should pay it. The entities should fund this. I just want to point this out. Cities that have a 20% tax exemption, homestead exemption, stand to make a ton of money on the back taxes. For the school districts to fund that bill at the same rate those guys get without getting to reap the rewards, I think is something that if I was an ISD in this climate, I might want to consider a negotiation on that and how they might be able to benefit more. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chan, appreciate that, good points. All right, next we're gonna go to item 6, information items. So for the next section, there's quite a bit of them. These are reports. There are no actions required on our part. Of course, we can always ask questions. And we're going to start off with the Taxpayer Liaison Officer, Shirley Jacobson. And in your binder, you do have her report. I'd ask that we get that in advance, and we've got it right here.
Well, for the 3 months, August, September, and October, I had a total of 68 issues, complaints, informational, or whatever people want to know, and some strange things they want to know every once in a while. But we had 68, 7 in the exemptions, different as we go down, 68, and we do not have any additional appointments or resignations for the appraisal review board. So, any questions?
Yes, I have a question. So if you had 68, I guess you're saying complaints or concerns.
Yeah, it's a compilation of
What
complaints,
what shows us
information,
what actions you took
or
on that?
issues.
What shows us what actions you took and helped them resolve or not resolve?
Oh, I definitely do.
Well, I mean, but how do we get that into numbers?
Well, the questions and issues come into me, and then I research it, and then I always go back to the person that asked me the question, and I make sure that that they understand what we need, what I need to tell them. And it works very well.
I can ask you a question. Are you asking what was the resolution? How did these?
You know, again,
Gives us the number of complaints, but
Right.
how many have been resolved to date?
yes, that's, thank you. I think that is what I'm asking.
Say that?
somehow a sense of, they can complain to you, you can do your thing on it, but how do we see the results of that? How do we, how many of these will resolve to the taxpayer's satisfaction or not able to be resolved to taxpayer's satisfaction? I think that's what I'm asking. Thank you,
Right.
Gloria.
And I always follow up on those to make sure that they understand what we're talking about, what my response to them back is.
But you don't track resolutions if it's in favor of the,
No. Resolutions, no.
So if there's 8 complaints, let's say, you've listed them as 8 complaints. We don't know how many of those 8 got resolved. That's what we're asking.
They all get resolved, one way or another.
in that same time frame. And then we don't know, were they resolved, so that the
to the
complainer,
satisfaction?
yes, was satisfied with the response, or were they not happy with the response? Or whether they could not be happy, but did they understand? Did they get their answer? Somebody asked me, did I answer your question correctly or to your satisfaction? I sometimes say no. So that's what we're wanting to know, how many were answered satisfactorily, or they felt like that the answer that they were provided was not good enough.
Well, I like to think that I do give them everything that they need. And I always go back, and when I send it back to them to make sure they understand, and a lot of the people come back with a thank you.
Okay.
And
And we're not looking for a reflection on you. We want
I
to
know.
know what the taxpayers' feelings are. How are they receiving our information?
Most people, when it goes back from me to answer their question, sometimes it's not a question, sometimes they just want to know how to do something, you know? And so, I'll give y'all some, how about next time I give you some examples of how I give it back? Does that work?
I think that'll take us in the direction we're trying to get to. And then we'd be able to tell you whether that was what we wanted or not, just like what I'm asking for the taxpayers. You give me the answer, but I may tell you that wasn't sufficient, or it didn't get me to where I need to be.
Yeah.
You know, I think it could be as simple as if you had 68 complaints that
Mike's not-
you asked them at the end of helping them, could you just put in your name? Were you satisfied with the actions taken? Were you unsatisfied with the action taken? And that would be a basic way for us getting a count of, is this role working? Are we providing the services that we really need for the taxpayer or not? So,
I'll redo the report into another form. That work?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Any other comments? Yes, sir.
Just to be clear.
Oh, hi, Alan.
Hello. Just to be clear, we're asking for a customer satisfaction survey or trying to determine if what was presented to the client was correct or incorrect?
Well, actually, it'd be nice to get both. For, a year now, I've been seeing this report, and it doesn't mean a lot, and it finally made me think we need to dig a little bit deeper. If we're gonna fund this role, if we're gonna have the role, it's a required role by the state. Are the taxpayers feeling like they're getting value out of it? Now, of course, it's not always gonna go their way, but if they felt like, yes, it did help in some way. So, it's a little bit of both, I think. Again, I'm sorry I'm not being more clear about it.
I think that's fine, but you made the point, it is a required role by the state.
Yes.
We just want to know we're doing a good job, or we're at least listening to a good job.
Gary?
At the end of each year, I put, I get an email that says, give the criticism, and it goes back to the comptroller. That's at the end of the year.
Gary?
Just by way of information, we'll be addressing this in the report item right after this item.
Okay.
In the past, it has not been perfectly clear as to what the role of the liaison officer, taxpayer liaison officer was. Hopefully, those concerns can be added or addressed in the guidelines section that will be before us in a couple minutes.
Okay.
So hopefully we'll get to that point. It's been, this is no disrespect to Shirley, but it's been loosey-goosey for years.
Yeah,
And it's time to hone in on it.
get ungoosey.
Yeah, ungoosey,
All
that
right,
too.
all right, thank you very much. Shirley?
Probably in the effort of having efficient board meetings, we may want to have this dialogue of what's appropriate data to record in one of our committee meetings.
Yeah, I think
And
so.
let's not do it here. Let's not have Shirley or, bring it back here, but bring it to a committee meeting where we can have more time to roll up the sleeves and digest and give feedback.
Good, excellent.
Right.
Thank you, Shirley, appreciate it.
Thank you for the effort of,
I'm
for simplifying, is this on, for a public meeting, just any of the correspondence or complaints, that there's just documentation of a resolution. I mean, that's fine for the public, is that correct? Is that what you're asking for?
Yes. All right. All right, next up is the report of the TAD Board of Directors ARB Committee. Board Member Gary Lasada is our chair of the AR Committee, and if you would speak.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And we have something in our binder for that, correct?
Yes, I hope so.
Yes,
Where is it?
it's under section
It's right behind the TLO report.
B.
Yes.
B, okay. Yes.
Okay. Earlier in the year, Mr. Puente elected and suggested to establish a subcommittee to study just the subject matter that we were just talking about a minute ago relative to the appraisal review board and what some of the guidelines might be moving forward. We have met approximately 4 times. One was just a get acquainted meeting, and then the other ones were more into the meat. As we move forward, in your packet are guidelines for selection of Tarrant Appraisal Review Board members. It is not an action item. However, if board members would like to elaborate more than what's in these bullet items or less, it's here for comments, and I'd like to go over some of these. I'll highlight them, not them all, but Taxpayer Liaison Officer is appointed each year by the TAD Board of Directors. That will occur next month, where this board will have to determine who the Taxpayer Liaison Officer will be going forward for 2025. There are a lot of changes in this, and there are also a lot of tying down loose ends. What we did try to do at the early stages of this is establish a chain of custody, because in the past, we had heard many complaints. Well, I sent this in and nobody knows where it is, or I dropped it off at the front desk and over on the ARB side, and that's not sufficient either. So what we tried to do is hone in on this with these guidelines, which will establish chain of custody, will outline some of the requirements as to the Taxpayer Liaison Officer and they're following the guidelines of the State Property Tax Code. One of the things that we're going to establish too, which is a little different compared to in the past, we are suggesting very strongly that we have our own ARB post office box, because one of the complaints that has come forward to us over and over again is I sent it in to your P.O. box. Well, maybe Mr. Bobbitt could answer this, but I would suggest that we probably have thousands of things that come in on the P.O. box, and if that's in fact true, what's going to happen is these applications will get commingled in there. They may get stuck behind another page or whatever, and they get lost, and then we have no tracking. But by having a specialized, dedicated ARB box, post office box, that should hopefully minimize the problems that we've been facing over the years. It also identifies in this, these guidelines, how these ARB members will be selected. There will be a screening process done. One of the things, well, let me back up a step. Ms. Puente, I don't think you probably intended this, but I do want to ask you, is this going to be a permanent committee? I sort of think it's going to be because
That's up to the chair, whoever the chair
Well,
may be.
part of the guidelines would lean toward that.
Yeah.
Because of the fact that the committee would do the preliminary interviews with potential ARB member candidates and then recommend to the board, then the board itself would then make those selections. In the past, it was done by a local administrative judge, and this has reverted back to the board of directors, and in so doing, gives us a little bit more handle on what we can do as a board, because a lot of things that had been done in the past, we really didn't know what the selection process was. So this pretty much this gives us a little bit of a schedule. Then also, we will be bringing back to the board next month questions, suggestions as it relates to the interview process. So we know what kind of questions to ask during the interview process of the candidates. Historically, that's not been done. When I first served on the ARB, gosh almighty, 10 years ago, I think it was in the room next to, down the road a little bit, we as candidates came into a meeting of the TAD board, which was five individuals at the time, and were asked to give a 2-minute spiel on what we were all about. Well, that's really not a selection process. And so this is going to be a little bit more organized, a little bit more cohesive, and hopefully by this, we'll have a better handle on candidates. And one of the things we're looking for always is quality candidates for the ARB. And that's always been a little bit of a difficulty, but this will also give instructions as to who's going to handle, I don't want to say the recruitment, but the announcing of the need, and then the chair of the ARB would also give those figures. And I know that I'm throwing all these acronyms out, and I'm sorry about that, but the chair of the Appraisal Review Board would talk about, well, I need 20 people for next year, more than what we had this year. So hopefully this process, in concert with the TLO, Taxpayer Liaison Officer, would make more sense in presenting it to this board. So that's really the summary. It's a lot more detail in here, and I thank the members that participated from this board, and I thank the members of the community that participated in these meetings, so we could hash this out and hopefully put together something that we can understand. So I throw it out now for whatever questions, whatever you wish, Mr. Chairman, it's up to you.
Gary, I've got an input. Thank you so much for leading this. You're the perfect person to have led this with your history with ARB, and thanks to those in the room. There's a handful of us that have sat on this committee, and you're implementing process. And this is what we need here. We need to, in the spirit of continuous improvement, always be implementing process, because it'll make things just more efficient for us. And this has not been an efficient process, especially with the hiring. So I sat on that board. Thanks for having me on that committee meeting, and appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Gloria?
Okay, on the process that you gave us, you said that now you're recommending, I'm on your committee too, but I haven't been to the last
I
meeting.
know.
But on the, if they're gonna bring the item in instead, or we have our own box, will they be issued like, something like a confirmation number? So if, then they come here and and they're told, we never received it, oh yes, I have this confirmation
Yes.
number, so that there's no question that it was received.
I hadn't thought about a number, but one of the requirements in these bullet points will be that they are notified of receipt of their application. And with that, we'd be able to track them by their name. It might be better to just use a number. The only thing with numbers is those numbers get lost too. But at
Well-
least if it's a name, we know how to, track
Yeah,
them
but
back.
if we're issuing the number,
Yeah,
then we can't deny we received it.
that could be in conjunction with the acknowledgement card. I agree.
Yeah, so
Good
that-
idea.
That was just a tracking mechanism. And then, what's the turnover of the board for the ARB?
Oh, boy, I can't tell you currently, I haven't served on it for about 3 or 4 years, but I believe the chair is here of the ARB, and maybe he could come up and give us an idea on that. Great question.
How are you doing?
Good.
Turnover's kind of a wide
Could
question.
you introduce yourself? sir?
Oh, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Steve Moore. I'm the chairman of the ARB. You have some that time out the 6 years. They're allowed 6 years and then they time out. And then you have, every 2 years, they have to be reappointed. You have some for different reasons choose not to be reappointed. And then you have some during the year have health reasons or others that leave during the year. So I say turnover, you probably get about 5%.
Okay.
Might be a good number that would be going out, that need to be reappointed or just gone.
And tell us what the pay is.
Well, a basic wing, what we call starts $185 is what the basic, that's.
Per
that's
what?
Per day. And they're paid in half-day increments, so if you work half-day, that's the way
So,
it's set up.
so when we're told how many positions increase that you said,
Well-
then how is that impacting our budget? How, if he comes up and says 20, I want 20 more positions for this, how early in the game do we know that they want the 20 positions, so we know what impact it's gonna have on our budget?
Great
So-
question. It's in the,
Well, first of all, we have in the budget X number of people for this board of directors, and as long as they don't go beyond that, then there's really, I guess, really not a question about it, but I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I may be able to answer a little bit of it. The board has already authorized us 85. You've authorized 85. We only have about 60. So we're saying we want to try to get to that 85 that you've already authorized.
So, do you want to get
yeah, I'd
there?
like to answer your question.
Yeah.
Actually, it should have very little impact, if any, to the budget, in that it's a moving target because we don't know the number of actual protests that are filed until they're filed.
Right.
And a lot of those are resolved prior to going into a hearing. So one year, we may have, thousands of hearings, and another year, we may have maybe only 1,000. No, that's very low, but I'm just giving you an example. It fluctuates that much, but if anything, and if you were to look at the historical budgets, the ARB, I think, has been more of a decline in expenses because I believe that the staff and the ARB working together have, in fact, made it a better process. Would you agree with that, Mr. Boer?
Yes, this year we were low on hearings.
So we've never maxed out the budget that we.
Oh, yes, we have in the past.
I don't know.
He might not have been around, but when I was on, we did. Yeah,
One of the complications of this is, he can have 20 more members, but if we don't have enough appraisers for those meetings.
Right.
Those members don't do them any good. So there's a lot of balance going on there. But again, addressing the budget issue, we've approved up to 85, we can always change that. But as long as they stay under the 85, we're basic, generically good to go.
Steve, do you feel that 85 is needed? You said you have 60 now?
As was stated, it matters how many appraisers we get.
Right, okay. So I don't think it matters how many, is this on?
I can't hear you.
Red. How many we have, it matters how much time they put in.
Yep.
How much.
I was more worried about the amount in the
Right.
budget.
Right.
You know,
The 85 number gives some flexibility to the chair based on what the actual protest would be in that particular year. So you have the number of protests, then you have the availability of appraisers, and that determines how those numbers are used. The reason for the 85, and I'll just be upfront about that, it's a little bit of a fluff in the event that we should be flooded with protests. When they got up into the 200,000 protest range, even then, I don't think you used 85, did you?
No.
So it's there in case we just get absolutely flooded, because we're mandated by the state property tax code to have enough availability of ARB members to hear the cases. So it's a moving target, but the budget is a worst-case scenario, 85 being used in every hearing of every day of every protest. Very seldom do we get there.
Okay, well, one of the major responsibilities of this board is the budget, and
Yes.
that's why I was asking the question.
No, you're right. Absolutely.
It would end up being a line item change or a budget amendment. We'd take it from someplace else if we had to. Because when we set our budget, when we forecast it, we're forecasting in April before ARB even happens, and that's ARB the year ahead of time that we're actually budgeting. And so it's just a wild guess that we're just trending the
But we're
number of
covered, and
protests.
that's what's important.
Yes, ma'am.
Has there ever been a time where 85 positions are utilized with appraisers to be in all those meetings?
We don't have the space or the rooms at this point.
So, I mean, why do we do that if we couldn't even?
It allows them
Make those things
flexibility to
happening.
schedule people, and if they drop off throughout the year, we don't have to reappoint in the middle of the year. We have enough to get through.
Okay.
A lot of them are also senior citizens. They may have medical appointments and other kind of things going on. And so, and then some of the members have asked for not to work 5 days a week. And so
Okay.
we prefer them to, if we just have a consistent crowd.
Do we track the data of each month, how much and how many cases that the costs are, so we can kind of have an idea of?
We pay the ARB, I think, every 2 weeks? Or-
Once a month.
Once a month. So we
I'd
have
like to
those.
see that, yeah.
We also have a requirement that if people file a protest, like outside of the normal ARB season, we have to have them resolved within 90 days. I mean, we're supposed to bring them in pretty quick. And so
Okay.
we don't really have the ability to, if our budget goes short, we don't have the ability to just not do anything.
Right.
We can do some other stuff and settle stuff, like we have some business decisions we can make behind the scenes. But our hands are kind of tied. We have to hear them.
Okay.
Steve, were you involved, or have you reviewed these bullet points?
No, I just saw it online, that's it.
Okay, all right.
I've got-
I think we'd be interested in any input you've got on those bullet points.
Okay.
Back to Gary, appreciate that. And Gary, I think what we do from here is, again, if board members have additional input they want to give you on it, we do that, off the meeting via the committee or whatever. The next time you bring it back as an offering for a policy, if we adopt it as a board policy, then that gives this document life.
I would defer to our board attorney on that and see what
Yeah.
his thoughts are.
Yeah.
I think if, the way that these guidelines are gonna be used, is they're gonna be used by the ARB subcommittee to go through and do the analysis of what members they're gonna recommend to the board, then I don't think that would require any action by this board, because it's really just the guidelines that the subcommittee is gonna be following. If the board, on the other hand, wanted to adopt these guidelines as the official policy of the actual board of directors, then it probably does make sense to put it on an agenda item and adopt them. It was my understanding that this was really for the use of the subcommittee, though, more than the entire board. And then once the recommendations were brought to the board would just exercise its discretion into which members it thought was best to appoint to the ARB.
The thing I'm concerned about with that, what you just wrapped up with, is again, chairman, we turn over the chairman of the committee gets inactive, then this policy has no ongoing life. And so that's the reason I would suggest it become a policy of the board, and then the next board can always change that policy. But again, I'll leave it back up to y'all on that.
Can we make it just a guideline and not a policy?
Correct. One of the things that you'll
I just don't
find,
think it gives any life, is the only thing.
well,
I'm okay with memorializing it. I mean, why have it if you
I don't mind
follow
either
it?
way.
Well, in that case, then, we have to have input from the rest of the board to make it something final, if you want to make it a policy.
Yeah, I'm not saying we do that today. I'm saying by next meeting. That everyone's got notice that this is what we're considering.
The beauty of having guidelines like this is that we can add or subtract quickly as we need to. Because with all due respect, the ARB is in constant state of flux. It's just not the same every year. And that's what's the amazing thing behind it. And also, I'll just give you a little background of, and I'm not gonna tell you where I got educated and all that kind of stuff, but typically on something like this, the governing body sets a policy up, which may be like, what you set up as chair, that says there will be a subcommittee that will go on meeting, and then the individuals tasked with that committee will then respond through the guidelines that are established moving forward. In most organizations, including city councils and board of trustees, they set a policy, they say this is this is the way it should be, and then the staff comes up with the administrative guidelines. That's the way it normally is. So I'm not opposed to that, anything that anybody's saying. I'm just saying that was normally, and I'll be happy to bring this back next month as an action item. If that's the board's desire, I have no problem with that at all.
And Joe, the thing I want from staff is there anything he's asking for that causes a challenge, creates a new expense? Like the PO box, or if we do a numbering system, it's not gonna be the committee tracking the numbering system, it's probably gonna be staff doing that.
Yep.
And so anything of that nature, we need your input on. It doesn't have to be at this meeting, but,
Okay.
it could be next meeting.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Puente?
Yes, sir, Alan?
Just a couple of quick comments. One, I think we've heard this theme through the meeting several times now. I think anything that's coming to us should have a fiscal note attached, so we know if there's budgetary impact or not, and that will take care of a lot of the questions we've had now. The second comment I'll make is with regard to this being a guideline or policy. If it is policy and they determine, policy set by the board, and they determine that we have to do something a little bit different, that means every single time it's got to come back to this board.
Yep.
And due to the timeliness of this particular issue, that could mean we have a dozen special called meetings. I would suggest we keep it as a guideline and allow them flexibility to move forward without overburdening ourselves.
You articulated that so much better than I did.
Can you give me
So-
an example of something that would be different, that, you know, if they're not just adhering to the policy,
Gary
that
could
they
do
would have to
those.
come back to a meeting? You were saying that they do something different every time? Could you give me an example of?
No, who said that? Did I say that?
Alan,
He
you're
said that.
saying if they want to do something different, they would have to come back to the board.
I'm saying if they've put together guidelines in a white room, when they go to put them in practice, do they work or not? If they don't, it will have to come back to this board and on a case-by-case basis.
Gary, you said it does vary.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's no question. I don't know how to say this nicely, and I don't mean to be arrogant with this statement, but if someone is not served on the ARB, they don't fully understand what's going on there. And it is such a moving target. Some of these guidelines may move week to week, much less month to month or year to year. So to Mr. Blaylock's point, I think that the staff and the TLO need to have some flexibility, and the ARB chair also, so that they can do their job on a ongoing basis and not have to run back to the board each time. Now, I'm not saying I'm opposed to that. All I'm saying is that I tried to get this established in a way that would give flexibility to this process, but yet have a process. So in the past, we had plenty of flexibility, but no process. So now we're trying to, tie that all together. Hey, if the board's wishes to have this come back every time we've got to do something differently with a board meeting, not even monthly, we meet, 7 or 8 times a year scheduled, that would be difficult because, and Mr. Moore could speak to this better than I could, but he may have to make decisions on the run right there that day. Same thing with the TLO, who would be now charged with gathering all that information That has not been the charge of the TLO in the past, okay? But now the TLO will be playing a much more important role because the TLO reports to this board, which it always has. But the TLO will also be responsible for doing the pre-screening to do what she currently does, but will be responsible for gathering the information, the applications from the PO box, from the drop box. That's gonna fall into the TLO's realm. And the reason why we set that up that way is because we wanted to make sure that we can have a chain of custody to follow. And your number's a great idea. I'm gonna put that as an addition to that. So it's whatever the board wants to do, it's fine with me. And you may wanna change it, we may wanna change it next year and say this is no longer a policy. This is a guidelines. I don't know. But, the point is, we're trying to get some structure.
I think it'd be appropriate to add language where if there are exceptions, that we could give the chair approval or to sign off on, any kind of changes, or his designee.
Which
And
chair?
The ARB
Chair?
or chair.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
So that way it wouldn't have to come back to the board every time if we gave him that authorization. And then we could have a report at the end of the month and see if we need to make any amendments to the plan before the next meeting. You know what I'm saying? Instead of having to come back here for everything, because that seems.
So it sounds like to me there's a pros and cons to whether or not we memorialize this as board policy or not. The way I'm gonna leave it then is, if a board member brings it up for an agenda item next meeting, then we'll address it then. If not, then it just goes on as a guideline. All right?
Okay, Solomon.
All right.
I agree with you.
Any other comments on this subject? All right, thank you for the great discussion. All right, report by the chief appraiser, and there are lots of them. I mean, we're talking, if I do my Roman numerals right, 7.
Yes, sir.
All right.
If you're gonna pull up the PowerPoint slide.
Holding on to your seats, people.
There's 24 slides, so we'll try to go through them quickly, but stop me if y'all have questions. For public speaking engagements, we've been through roughly 10 different cities and organizations that we've been reaching out to and giving presentations to. That'll continue. We have 4 more currently scheduled. 2 with cities. Speaking of the Property Tax Institute in December at College Station, and so it's myself and the Dallas chief appraiser. So we're actually discussing the board election, and now that we now have 9 members, and so we're just kind of talking through our process and how that impacted the district. But as we get into the new year, this will kind of transition more into public speaking engagements with neighborhoods and other organizations that want to know how to protest and just how to interact with the appraisal district. Donations. So residential department organizes an annual clothing drive, and so we have boxes around the office where we're collecting donations. And so we'll be taking those to the Presbyterian Night Shelter in the next few months. We're also donating end-of-life computers to the Fort Worth Delta Sigma Theta alumni. They have a STEM program where they teach children how to use computers and do technical skills, and they also have an elderly computer training program. And so essentially these are our old computers that have far exceeded end of life, but they still work and you can still use them as a web browser. And so instead of just recycling them, we're gonna give them to this program where they can actually use them for a little while longer.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a process in place when you have excess equipment or furniture? Kind of like, I'll give you an example, because the federal government has this. There's actually an executive order that's been written that says that anytime federal government has excess equipment, they have to go in an order of, is it going to be given to another government agency, first priority? Second, it would be an educational institution. Third, it would be a nonprofit. Do you have something like that?
We do have disposition guidelines, and so we can do a reverse auction, but if it's basically, if we determine that it's not worth auctioning, then we can dispose of it in other means. And so this stuff is basically recyclable material. Nobody would really buy these. So, but we do have a process and a procedure.
Thank you.
CAMA conversion. So there's an initial set of tables that they have provided to us that True Automation or True Prodigy has provided to us. And so out of those initial 30 or 40 tables, we have about 60% of the fields mapped for the first pass. And so every quarter, we'll be making a pass at converting the data. And each time we make a pass, then we'll go back and make sure that the data we put in the system, in the new system, is actually what we intended for it to be there. And so we also now have access to our training environment and the documentation for that service or the product. The timeline, September through October 2025, we'll have a 30-day read-only period. So after we certify the role next year on Aumentum, we will then move into and we'll send the last role update to the tax office. Then we'll shut both systems down, make the final conversion, and then bring it back up in the new system. And so we're going to be running side by side up until that point. And once we do that, the 30-day period is so for us to make sure that everything balances and that everything is working as it should. The True Prodigy is the preferred vendor to the tax office's their software system. So the two systems work well together, so it shouldn't be an issue like it was 10 years ago. Aumentum will be, once we do the conversion, Aumentum will be phased out. And so we'll basically put it on a server and we'll have limited access to it. And we'll as time goes on, we'll slowly reduce that to fewer and fewer individuals who only will really need to use it for historical research or to make a past year change if necessary. The end goal for Aumentum, it'll basically be bricked off on a machine and stuck in our server room. And that way we'll still have access to it if needed, if something strange happens. We're only going to really transfer about 5 years of data to the new system. So we won't have like 10 years of history. We'll just have 5 years moving forward because that's really all we update under 2525 section. We can historically go back 5 years roughly.
Mr. Bobbitt?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Can you give us just a gut feel of, we've been at it a month, we're ahead of schedule, we've run into this, we might just be right on schedule, or give us just kind of a...
Right now, the staff are still optimistic. I think we're on schedule. So we're like 60% through the data, so I think we're doing pretty well on the initial data conversion. There are still some things that we're working through. The staff did go to Rockwall County and to see how they're actually using it, and so that allayed some of their fears with the commercial department. So I think they have a better understanding of the capabilities, and so far I think it's going well.
Good.
So, Joe Don, with regard to historical data, and we just need the 5 years
Yes, sir.
of history. There are certain projects and things that institutions do, whether educational or civic, researching past trends. And so how far back does the Aumentum system go now? How available is that data?
We have 10 years of history on the current system, so basically when it started, we have that point forward.
Okay.
And so we'll still have access to it, so if we really needed it or somebody really wanted data, we could pull it out of it.
Is there a cost to having that system available?
We'll basically have to pay for a server or a device to keep it on, but it'll be much smaller than what it currently
Is
is.
there an ongoing maintenance or anything with Aumentum?
Oh, we do have an item for the current year for a $300 or $300,000 commitment for the license. Going forward, we won't need to require maintenance or we will need support for that from this provider. So we'll just have a static environment where we can turn it on, pull data out of it, and shut it back down. So I'm not aware of an ongoing cost with a provider.
Okay.
I have a question. When you talk about 5 years, being a senior, I can speak like this, but in the past, there have been a number of senior citizens, and close to home, I might add, my daughter-in-law's parents, who have been in a panic because they were sent a letter saying you need to come in and resubmit your over 65 exemption, or it can also be your homestead or whatever. And if it only goes back 5 years and somebody has filled out these forms accurately 10 years ago, are they gonna have to come in again and do it again?
Yes and no. Our images will still be stored in our current imaging system. So we'll still have the homestead applications images all the way back, as far back as we need them. But with the homestead audit that we're gonna talk about later, we are required to review them every 5 years. And so they may have to come in and update that. If somebody doesn't answer, like right now, it's a very manual process where we mail them a letter and ask them to reapply. If they don't, if they say, well, I don't need to reapply because, I already have the exemption,
Right.
then we're gonna remove their exemption because they do not respond to us. It may be 2 or 3 years before they realize that we removed it. I mean, we're gonna send them multiple letters in the process, but if they just throw them all in the trash, it may be 2 or 3 years before they realize their tax bill changed and they don't have their exemption anymore. And then they'll come back in. Well, state law allows us to go back current plus 2 years. And so we can reapply that exemption as long as they get to us in time. With omitted property, we can go back 3 years now. With 25C, we can go back 5 years. And so those are the timeframes that we can typically modify.
The reason why I bring that up is that as we age, when the norm seems to go away, we as seniors sometimes have a tendency to panic. And the calls that I received were panic calls because it started out with a denial of their exemption, and the first comment was, hey, I've already filled that out. How many times do I have to do it? So when we look at the award to the group that's gonna handle that, are they gonna be able to assuage the seniors so they don't get in a panic and say, I lost my exemption, I'm gonna have to pay thousands of dollars in late fees? And that did come out, by the way.
Yes, sir.
And that is a big problem.
With the proposed solution, they have an online application process, so people will be able to apply, they'll be able to get a much quicker response to whether they are approved or denied.
Okay, good.
We can batch process paper applications. And then with the True Roll, with the new, True Roll and True Prodigy, there's too many Trues. But with the system, the new appraisal system, it'll auto add over 65, so people won't have to reapply. And we should only be targeting roughly 3% of the population to ask them to reapply. Whereas right now, the current method, we're probably asking 85% to reapply unless we have good information that their application is
So the
recent and current.
swings from 85 to 3.
Right now, we just have everybody reapply essentially, unless it's been a few years since they bought the property. So now we're only gonna be targeting the ones that we suspect are invalid.
Yeah, with the installation of Aumentum some years ago, we lost a whole bunch of those exemptions. They just went poof.
This will proactively find the ones that are missing.
Okay.
And so it'll match and find the exact opposite. It'll find the ones that are erroneous and the ones that are missing.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
In line with that question, let's say that the spouse and the two of them, husband and wife, are both over the age of 65, but they filed it initially for one of them because that person turned 65 first.
You only get it once.
Okay, but if that spouse passes,
There's a surviving spouse, and so if we have both of their information, then we're good. We may need a copy of the driver's license just to complete our records. But typically, if both owners submit the application and send us their driver's license, then we may not need anything from them when the spouse dies. But we typically, right now, we ask them to reapply.
so an annotation is made that the both of them are over the 65. Okay, that was my, so that problem could be eliminated then at that point.
For the most part, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
IT security?
Yes, sir. So, with the IT security progress, we have conducted preliminary security audits, including DNS, user accounts, and passwords. So all user accounts have been validated to make sure there are none in the system that we're not aware of who they are and who has access to them. Everybody has had to reset their password, and we've redone the DNS. We have deployed a password manager and multi-factor authentication for the admin account. So any admin access user account now requires MFA, multi-factor authentication. We now have remote monitoring and management in a patching software deployed. Where before, we either weren't patching or we were patching very manually. This is an application that will deploy all those patches as required or as they come out. I believe 80% can be patched using this system. Website and server alerting software has been implemented, so now when the website breaks, we get notified sooner, and so we don't have to wait till a taxpayer calls and lets us know that the website's gone. We have moved our website to a cloud host, and so now, if we lose internet or something happens with our server, the website continues to operate, and nobody should be impacted. Our phone system has been moved, is now on a hosted system, also on a separate hosted system. We deployed a new firewall. Laptops and desktops have been delivered and are being deployed. I think we had 20 left the other day, so we're getting pretty close to having most of the laptops issued out. The Microsoft Surface Pros that the appraisers will use for field work and on their desk, those have been delayed. They should come in next week or on around the 15th is what we're currently expecting. They've been delayed a few times. And then all of our unsupported operating systems have now been removed from the network. We have been implementing employee training for phishing emails through a company called KnowBe4. And so when we initially turned this on, 20% of the employees failed the initial test. And so they were clicking on things they shouldn't click on. Now it's 1% or less each week. And so usually there's one person now that clicks on something they shouldn't. And so it's much better than what it was originally. And then Brian has over 100 items on his project list that we're still working on to work through. So we have quite an extensive list to kind of complete. Once we get closer with this, I know, Callie, you wanted to do a network security audit, and so we will do a real one or an official one. We want to get through all the kind of low-hanging fruit of stuff that we know is broken, or at least not best practice. And once we get that completed, then we'll find a vendor to do that. Transparency stuff.
Excuse me,
Yes, sir.
before we leave that, I want to say something for the public's benefit, and because I really feel that sometimes board members, and this board in particular, get shortchanged on the things that we have done as a board. And we had a security breach early in this year, which was basically a hack. And the staff, with Mr. Bobbitt and Brian coming in, and worked hard to address that problem. This board spent many, many hours and many, many meetings to address that particular breach and what occurred. What the public may not know is that this board, with the direction and the staff support and the staff really leading the way, did not spend $1 in ransomware. And the public needs to know that, because that is the kind of board that you've got. It's the kind of staff that you have working for you. And I think that those dollars that were spent related to staff time and support, if I'm not mistaken, were covered by insurance.
Majority of, yes, sir.
Yeah, so, the public needs to be aware of that. That's a big, big time issue. So I just thought I'd bring that up, actually to compliment the staff mostly, but also compliment this board, because I think we're pretty judicious with taxpayer funds. So I just thought I'd throw that in, whatever it's worth.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to piggyback on your comments. It is true, we had a very challenging situation with the ransomware attack. And it is true that it shut down everything in this building. What's also true is staff managed through this situation, and we were able to successfully complete the mission of TAD during that time frame without disruption and interruption to the taxpayers in the city. And so that was an extraordinary effort by all, and it deserves some recognition. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right.
On the transparency stars, this was a board directive, and so we have started the process. We've created a webpage for the transparency stars, and we have submitted open government compliance page to the state organization, is Attorney General, Comptroller's Office, to get it approved. As we have some of the others tabs started, and so those will be published as they get approved. On yes, sir.
Real quick on that particular item, which 2 stars are we not going for currently, and why?
Public pension and traditional finances are not filled out yet. We just need to add it to the website.
But there are 2 that don't make sense to do for an appraisal. They don't apply to appraisal districts.
Sure.
One is debt obligation and
I just wanted that to be clear for the public.
Yes, sir. So these are the 4 that apply to us that we can qualify for.
Okay, and just so the public is aware, this is publishing data that you would typically have to do information requests for and pay money for will now be freely available on the web for anyone that needs it. And this is a program that's set up by the comptroller of the state of Texas to reward transparency in government. And so we're, as part of our efforts to improve TAD, we're trying to put as much transparency into what happens in TAD as possible. So thank you for this effort.
Yes, sir. Arbitration results, 79% we resolve or end up getting settled. 10% TAD wins, and I think 4% the property owner wins. There are some that get rejected. They don't get rejected by us, they get rejected by the comptroller's office. But overall, mainly we bring this up just to show that we are doing what we can to try to resolve these things and not be difficult with taxpayers. The current for 2024, already we have resolved 73%, and there are still some pending. Sometimes these will take a year to get fully scheduled and resolved. So now we'll get to the property value study background and some initial ratios. I have a little comment on there that this is mostly plagiarized from the comptroller's office, so a lot of the text on the next few slides I verbatim copied from the comptroller. So the property value study, its the main intent is to do equal distribution of funds to the school districts using state funds. And so the comptroller uses our values and they compare them to other values across the state to determine how they disperse those funds. They break it up by property categories, so they come in, they evaluate single family, commercial, industrial. You have to have a certain amount of property in that category to qualify. For the history of the property value study, it first started in the 1970s before appraisal districts even existed. In 1990, they really changed the process and kind of made it a bigger, a bigger process. In 2003, they implemented a grace period. Some of the counties had completely failed the property value study, and they failed it bad enough that the schools were going to be between 50 and 75% of value is what the state was determining. And so that would have had a detrimental impact to the schools, and so they created a 2-year grace period. And then in 2010, they created the MAP program, so the method and procedure review. And so now they also come in on opposite years. They look at our values, and the next year they make sure that we're actually following the laws. And to qualify for the grace period, you have to have a good MAP review. Then we have what's called valid finding versus invalid finding. So a valid finding from the state is if our values are within 5% plus or minus of the state's value. An invalid finding is if it's outside that 5% tolerance. And so you can still get local value that's invalid. And so if we're below 95% but above 85.5%, then we're invalid but local. If we get below 85.5%, then you get state value and invalid value. And so that's when the school districts are immediately impacted. Below the 95% though, there's a couple criteria that we'll get into in a minute that qualifies for the grace.
I'm gonna stop right there. So you get the 95%, then you get the 90% that is local, then you get the 85.5%, and then it's the state. Am I saying that correctly?
Kind of, we'll get onto the slide that breaks it
So
down.
what happens if they're only local but not state? Invalid.
Well, then you're qualified for grace. So you can have local value. That means they still use by number, but the state thinks it's wrong, but they've qualified for grace and.
So they gotta be supposed to be that number.
Yes, sir. Then we
Okay.
have to fix it the next year. We're supposed to.
But if it goes into the 85.5%, state says, boom, you're done, you're
They lose.
immediately.
Yes, sir, you lose funding. And the state, technically, they say you don't lose state funding, you lose local funding, but it's a timing issue where, in theory, had our number agreed with the state, then the schools would have collected more local revenue, and then the state loan, but if you're in grace, but near the 85.5, but above it, then the state will make up the difference. Even though they don't agree with my number, they will fully fund that amount. Once you get below 85, then they say, well, you should have been here. That should have come out of the taxable revenue. And so now they just don't fill up that difference, or they don't make up the difference at that point.
So is it a fair statement to say that in those instances, the school district is penalized due to what the state perceives as the appraisal district's failure?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes. The grace period, it's a 2-year period. The requirements, the appraisal district has to have passed their 2 preceding property value studies, and the local value had to been considered valid. Right now, we meet that category, so we have a green checkbox. The second requirement, the TAD has to be, the appraisal district has to be compliant with the map review. And so right now, unofficially, we're scoring 100% with the state. So we have an unofficial review. I don't believe we get the results back officially until January, but right now, our reviewer has told us that we're receiving 100 at this point. The next 2 items in the current property value study year, so for us, this will be 2025, the January 1st, 2025 values that will go out in April. Those values have to be considered invalid, but do not exceed the state value. So that's between 95 and 85.5% is where we have to fall. In the current property value study, the aggregate local value of all study categories is not less than 90% of the lower limit. The lower limit is 95%, so 90% of the 95 is 85.5. They don't make that very clear. I don't know if a lot of appraisal districts realize that it's 85.5, not 90. You always hear 90%. So how does this affect how does the property value study affect school districts? The Texas funds public education through state and local funds. The appraisal district determines local value, and the school district set the rates. And so after we determine our values, the state also comes in and does the property value study. The Property Tax Assistance Division of the Comptroller's Office certifies those values to the Texas Education Agency. The Commissioner of Education uses the property value study to ensure equitable distribution of funds. The Education Code requires or describes how the Commissioner of Education uses the findings of the property value study in the school funding formula to determine state aid. It's a very complex formula. It's complex.
Very few understand that. Is a correct statement?
Yes, ma'am. Our attorney, or the board's attorney, has a joke that there's 3 people in the state, if you don't mind me stealing your joke, but there's 3 people in the state that fully understand it, named Omar Garcia. And so he's the one that developed the original spreadsheet from TEA, and then as he moved on, he still updates the spreadsheet, and TEA still relies on it. So this is.
Set up a meeting with him and some of the local school districts in another county to help them understand it.
Yes, ma'am. So this is an example from the 2023 property value study. We used Everman ISD. They're one of the 5 school districts that I'm kind of concerned about at this point. And so we have the margin of error is at 5%. So the value of that margin of error is $121 million. So the state upper limit, so 105%. So if we were over appraising the property, we could be up to $2,541,000,000. The state's value came in at $2.4 billion. Our local value that we appraised for Everman in 2023 was $2.3 billion. And so that was still within the confidence interval. The lower limit, so at the 95% mark, was at $2.29, so almost 2.3. So we had basically $2 million to spare. We were that close to falling out of the confidence interval. The 90% lower limit, so the 90% is 90% of the prior number. And so that number is $2,069,000,000. And so that is the absolute floor that the school still gets fully funded by the state, even though they think our number's wrong. If we drop below that $1, then all of a sudden the state no longer makes up the difference in the shortfall from local revenue. And based on some spreadsheets that we have, right now I'm estimating that to be $2.8 million. I'm not guaranteeing that number, but that's with some very bad math and my understanding of on the spreadsheet, that's what we're estimating the impact to be for that school district.
Okay, so what you're showing us right now is numbers from 2023, so these are facts. this.
Yes, sir.
And the fact is, Everman is okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but it was just a good example of how close it came.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's close, how close it came and what the impact would be, because we know all those numbers all the way
So
through.
it came close to going into a grace period, but didn't come close to,
Yes.
okay.
So these are your numbers, but not Omar's numbers?
Yes. Yes.
When we say not Omar's numbers, who's the official organization?
TEA is the official, but they work so far
Right.
after the fact that we won't know 2025 numbers until a year or two after the fact.
When they don't give them funding?
Yes. I think
So it's too late then?
it'd be January 31st of 2026 when we fully find out what happens, and that's when the state would take away funding immediately. There is an appeal process, and so if we were to fall in the grace period or below, the school district would have to authorize us to appeal it on their behalf, and then we could go argue that the state is wrong or has overappraised these values. This is some historical data from statewide, and so there were, in 2021, we'll go with 2023, there were 106 school districts that received state value, and so they were outside the tolerance, and they did not qualify for grace. And so there's 106 of them, and so they actually lost collectively $120 million that they did not receive from the state. Their average ratio on the property value study was 85.7. And so it's above 85.5 because there were some school districts that did not, they might have been in the grace period, but they did not pass their map review, or they did not pass one of the other requirements. And so it brought the average up a little bit.
How many of these in the state were in our county?
None. We've been passing everything for the last quite a few years.
Because we've been reappraising every year.
Right.
Well, apparently, whether you reappraise every year or not, people can fall below it, because I'm sure most of these
Could.
other districts, the ones that are 85.7, they're still getting appraised every year as well. So,
Yes, and that's part of my concern, is that most of these districts, appraisal districts, were targeting 100%, and they fell out because the market moved faster than they were expecting. Appraisal districts, I know contrary to most people's belief, we don't like to raise values. It creates protest, it creates a lot of strife. And so a lot of districts are hesitant to, if they see data that says, we should go up 24%, we're very reticent to actually do that, because it's a huge impact on taxpayers, and there's a chance that we could be wrong. And so the state has no problem doing it, so they're gonna come in after the fact and tell us that we're wrong.
That's true.
This is some more historical data over the last few years. The number that are wrong has grown greatly. Going all the way back to 2003, the second column is above the upper limit of the confidence interval. And so back in 2003, there were 28 schools that were too high. In 2023, there's only 8. But on the fourth column, you have above the confidence interval, or below the lower limit of the confidence interval. So these are how many schools that have fallen out of grace. And so in 2003, there were only 72, and now in 2023, there's 137. And so as the market has increased, the appraisal districts have done worse at keeping up. And so we're typically underappraising, not overappraising.
you may not know the answers, but do you have any idea if a large percentage of these are rural counties versus non-rural?
Probably most of them are. I think there's only.
Where they have smaller staffs,
Yes, sir.
less ability to, okay.
Quick question. 2014 has a relatively high number against a historical trend. I understand there were challenges here in Tarrant County during that year. Is there anyone that can speak to that?
I can't. I don't know. I know there was an issue with the conversion to the Aumentum, and so I believe we failed the property value study in that time period, because we couldn't generate numbers, and we couldn't get it to the tax office.
Yes, my understanding is a number of school districts fell out of the property value study that year.
Yes, sir. This is TAD's historic property value study ratios. And so we have 2019, 2021, and 2023. We get graded every 2 years. And so The first column is the category of property. So we have single-family residence, multifamily, commercial properties, utilities, and commercial personal property. The second column is the number of ratios, and so that is the number of properties that the comptroller studied out of the entire universe. So in single-family residences, the comptroller looked at 8,600 properties that actually sold. There are 650,000 residential properties in our county, and the state graded us based on 8,000. Our value is the next column, so we're at 133 billion across the county for a single family. Our median level of appraisal is 1, so we were at 100% of market according to the state for 2019. If you look down at utilities, we're at 85%. So our value is 85% of what the state thought was actual true market value. But if you notice, single family is at a 1, is 100%. The overall is at a 1. So it's a weighted average or weighted mean. And so because there are so many values that come from single family, it has a disparate impact on the ratio study and the overall results. And so even though every other category is below 100%, so we're under market value on those categories, we're still at 100% overall at the county level. And so by the reappraisal plan, we just have to keep that in mind, because the only thing that the state really looks at and that really matters is single family. And then in 2021, we were at 97% on residential. And then in 2023, we're at 100% again on residential.
Do you know the number of homestead properties, like percentage-wise?
There's 403,000 homesteads roughly.
403,000, and we have 650. So all those properties that are under homestead exemptions, the school districts, taxing entities will get that 10% increase no matter what.
There's, I think 70% have a homestead cap, and so those will go up, and they'll get that increase.
So
And
it's
then
not as big of an impact as them losing. I mean, all we're asking is for you to provide more evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
And so, I mean, to me, I don't think it should be that big of an impact.
Yes, ma'am. So these are the current ratios from January through mid-September. So this is the newest sales data that we have access to. We have 5 school districts that are highlighted. We have the count of PIN, which means the number of properties that are studied or that we have actual sales data on. Then we have the total value. That's our total value that we appraise for 2024 as of certification. Then we get into our stated sale price or our known sale price. So the weighted mean is basically our appraised value divided by the sale price, and that gives us the ratio. And so if it gets below 90 or even at 90, I have some concerns that, because I don't know what the comptroller is going to do. The comptroller uses a June or July 1st through June 31st timeframe. So they're going to use 6 months of sales after I'm done appraising the properties. And so there's a chance that the market could change, and I won't be able to capture that. I'm using January 1 through December 31st historical data, and that's what I'm basing all my values on. And right now, it's kind of difficult to forecast what will happen. But all these schools are close. They're on the borderline. They're right at 90 or just below. And it has changed over the last few months.
Help me out again, the 2 right columns, median ratio and WM.
The median ratio is if we take all the properties that have sold in that school district and we array them by their appraisal to sale ratio, and then we take the one in the middle, and that's the median ratio that is, it's the measure of central tendency. So half of the properties would have a lower ratio and half of them would have a higher ratio. The weighted mean is just, you take everything in the school district and you divide the total value divided by the sale price. And it can typically, if it's different, it's because the higher end homes, the multi-million-dollar homes, they have a disparate impact on the overall ratio.
Okay.
On the next slide.
No, let's stop just a second. Now, of these 5 you've got highlighted, I believe Grapeville, I could be wrong, Grapeville, Colleyville, they are in recapture,
I believe so.
and Fort Worth ISD is in recapture?
I believe so.
Do you know of any others?
Carroll.
Okay, and could you explain to us how that affects, generically, how it affects a recaptured district versus a non-recaptured?
for the recaptured districts, they're typically not getting funding from the state, or at least they're not getting much funding. And so they are actually paying the state because they are collecting more tax from the local economy than is necessary based on the weighted average daily attendance that the comptroller comes up with, or the TA comes up with. So since they are collecting more than the state determines that they need, then they have to pay that money back to the state. And so if we do not qualify for grace for those school districts, it impacts them, but essentially they would have to pay back less, or it impacts them significantly less than the normal school districts. It's considered like a collection loss, and so it's.
So, and again, I'm gonna say this, in theory, if we're below, yes, it's gonna affect the rate, but it's just gonna mean they're gonna pay back less money. They're still gonna have the same amount to operate on, in theory.
Yes, there might be some caveats to that, but, yes, ma'am. Or I guess-
Vince, in theory, the state sees it as a coffee cup that is overflowing, and they would like to take that overflowing coffee that they believe is flowing out of that coffee cup and recapture it and take that coffee and give it to other
No,
districts.
I understand. It's what the public calls Robin Hood. So no, I fully understand that. I was only wanting to understand the impact if we don't meet the target, how it affects them, and it doesn't affect them theoretically cash-wise. That's all I was after.
Remember to turn on your mics, please. The air conditioning is keeping us from picking that.
It is on.
Jodon, is your report available? Because I didn't see it in the packet online.
It's
Can
not.
we put this online?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
It has been.
So really, as far as your 5, there's 2 of them. I mean, we need to be concerned about them all, but there's 2 of them that would have an impact on at this point.
A larger impact, yes.
And by the end of the year, all these numbers are gonna change, most likely.
Yes.
Okay.
On the next slide, we have the trend. And so starting in January, we're at 96% across the county. As we get down into the summer months, May, June, and July, we get down closer to 87%, 86. And so as time has gone on, the market has increased in the summer. That's typically what happens. And so now the appraised values are below market more than they were in January. So in January, we're pretty close. It's starting to trend back up, but we just don't know what will happen in the next 3 months. We'll trend back up. The ratios are getting better. I mean, the values are coming down slightly. But I think it's mid-September is also when they change the interest rate. So we're not sure what impact that'll have.
And is this data from Texas A&M's research, or?
This is strictly just sales data that we have access to.
Okay.
And so based on our appraised values. And so it may not trend or follow the market exactly or what the realtors publish, but it's just what sales data we have access to.
Can you clarify, is this the same sales data that the comptroller's office would use for their PBS?
We have to report all of our sales data to the comptroller's office. There's an EPTS report, electronic property transaction, something. So we have to provide all of our sales data to them so they have it at a minimum. We have heard that they have lost MLS access across the state to multiple counties. I don't know if they have lost it in our county or not, but worst case, they're gonna have any sales that we have.
Okay, and I guess the next question I have is, we're missing the last 3 months of this year,
Yes,
correct? And so we'll see a trend line developing or not, based on that data. And then, for purpose of the PBS, the comptroller's office will use the following 6 months as well. So if that trend line is significantly positive or negative, it could have more impact than we're showing now.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
How soon will this board of directors have the total 2024 year numbers?
We typically,
Related to this subject.
we typically run a month behind. So to get through December, we'd be January to early February before we'd have that loaded.
Okay, so this board, at the latest in February, could look at those and say, oh, we need to take action here or not take action here. Okay.
Oops, okay. On this slide, this is capturing, starting in July 1st. So this is starting with the sales that the comptroller would begin to use moving forward. And so it says through June 31st, but we don't have, obviously, we don't have crystal ball to know what's gonna happen. But right now, the main one that pops out is Everman ISD is at 71%. So just using sales from July 1st, Everman has tanked. Our appraised values are way off.
Well, you've included Castleberry in this one that was not in the prior one.
Yes, ma'am.
So what, are you projecting something to happen in your numbers here? Because the numbers drop.
Well, it does, but it's the problem is it starts in the summer at the peak. And so by the time we get to next June, in theory, it will level off. If the market's flat, it would kind of level off once you get the additional 6 months. But if the market's increasing, then that number will get worse. It just depends on what, we try to stay out of the business of forecasting what will happen. We rely on historical data.
But your data looks good on the monthly trend from August to September. The slope it's notable.
Yes, sir. It's getting better.
And I think sentiment is that, no, that we're not in a extremely bullish real estate, single-family home market right now. It's flat. And so this should continue on that trend of a pretty good slope. And that's going to be helpful towards our efforts to make sure we're accurate.
Yes, sir.
Gloria, you still had some comment? I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, I just was wondering how the numbers change when you, from the first slide to the second slide.
'Cause the first 6
Castleberry-
months.
Right, and Castleberry gets included, and that's why I was asking why, and the numbers shift. And that's what I was asking, were you projecting, if you only had through June data, were you doing a projection to determine that Castleberry now would fall into the ISDs that could happen to be pulled into the grace period and so on?
It concerns me, but I'm not trying to project, because it's such a smaller sample size that instead of going 9 months, we're going to really 3 months of data.
So,
Is really all
so
that's
I
based on.
think what you're saying is, we're seeing July through June, but what these numbers actually represent is July through September of 2024.
And so it's a
zero
very,
projection.
Yeah, the second set of numbers go through June of 2025.
well,
No,
that's
no,
the time
no.
period.
That's the
Yeah.
time period, that's what I'm saying. But his actual numbers are based through September of 2024. Am I correct?
Yes. The
So-
slide says, well, that one is calendar year, and so that says January through September on the first slide, because that's all the sales that we have. But on the next one, I was trying to capture what the comptroller looks at, and so I'm not forecasting, there's only 3 months of sales. It's really July 1st through September 15th, mid-September.
So really, the
Okay, I
first.
got it.
The first chart you showed us is the way we think in terms of calendar year, but it really doesn't make any difference. The state thinks in terms of this period.
Yes, sir. But it's just a very small period.
How can
It's-
they do that?
They like to use sales that we don't
Welcome
have
to
access
government.
to.
Yeah.
To make sure that we're not sales chasing.
You know, the conversation I've had with the ISDs, we're really, as one superintendent said, we're the tip of the iceberg that just made them stand up and say, we gotta say something, but we're not the problem. The problem is the way the state handles this. And it's so untransparent. One person in the entire state understands the system, and that guy's not gonna get any younger. And then the fact that they're looking at a different time period that we're able to look at when we do our numbers. And so I guess I'm just making a public statement. The problem is not Tarrant Appraisal District. The problem is not the school districts. The problem really lies in the way the state's handling this. That's my opinion, and let's go on.
Well, Vince, you're bringing up a good point, and Joe Don, why don't you take over on this one? But again, the comptroller's methodology involves bringing one appraiser up who drives neighborhoods, and it doesn't sound as scientific as any of the other data that we're getting.
I think they look at data.
Pardon?
I think they look at data. They don't drive neighborhoods.
Not anymore.
They come and look at a few, like they'll come up and
Yeah.
get appraisal cards, and look at stuff, but it's a much smaller sample than what we're looking at.
But is it data driven? I mean, their look into Tarrant County, is it data driven, or they're driving neighborhoods like your appraisers?
Both, just a lot less, they drive a lot less, but they do look at it, a lot of it is data. Sometimes we'll get into arguments over what data should be used, but it is, in theory, it's a statistically accepted model to validate what we've done. It's common across other states, the way they do it.
So,
I have one, believe it or not, only one question, but you mentioned you're watching Everman pretty closely and you're somewhat concerned with it. If that trend continues the way we have here, would we come back and modify the reappraisal plan to make sure that they will not lose any funding?
It would be up to the board to decide that.
That's what I meant. Yeah,
Yes,
the
sir.
board.
Yes, sir. And so as we keep having meetings, I'll keep bringing these numbers to y'all, and it's up to y'all to take an action on it.
Okay, so let me just carry that forward to all of the ISDs. Same thing would happen to all of them.
Yes, sir. If they get, really 90% is what I'm considering risky. If they start getting that level, then we'll highlight it and bring it to y'all.
Okay. Right.
so going back to the timeline, I said something about how soon can we get the full year's information? Basically, it sounds like the February meeting, but then only 6 months of that information is what the state will be using. So we'll have to take 6 months, and we'll have to make a decision about the future, whether they're gonna go up the next 6 months or go down the next 6 months or whatever. So it's a guessing game no matter what we do.
It is. And as much as we've been in the news, the comptroller is fully aware of our board and our reappraisal plan, and so I would suspect they look at us very closely this coming year.
And so the current period will be July 24th to July 25, or June 25. When did, the state will not know whether or not, will not deem whether somebody's in compliance or not until 26? And then it's retroactive to 25?
They'll start looking at it, like, we'll get the results in 26. Because in August, September, they'll start coming, looking at our numbers and doing the audit. And then their results, I don't think, are published until January 31st of 2026.
And then they're, again, they're the ones determining whether somebody falls into the cracks. And so when if they determine that in January 26, it's retroactive to 25?
Yes. And then we have the ability, or the schools have the ability to appeal those numbers. Typically, we would help them. We just have to have their board, the governing body, to approve it also, and then our governing body has to approve it.
All right, thank you.
And I believe that's all I have on that.
Wendy?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Jodan, I just have a follow-up question related to, just comparing the January 1st, 2024 through mid-September chart to the July 1st through June 31st comparison of 2025. And I know that you're trying to not look into your your looking glass, but you're attempting to, because you have some data to base that off of. So historical versus some data that you have and a look forward, we have a trend that is looking down because, and I covered up names, so I'm not looking at any names. We have median ratios and weighted means that are downward trending, showing that we have 5 and then 6 school districts that are trending into precarious areas that you said if it goes below 90, you're concerned, and so then we have 5 that are then below 90 in mean ratio, and 6 that are in below 90 in weighted means. Am I the only one that sees that that concern, or we're all on the same page of being concerned about this?
I think so.
Okay. I covered up names, so, because we can all see the names, but I just wanted to put it side by side and see that those are concerning numbers, whomever they relate to. And this is serious stuff.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Any other comments or discussions on this subject? Yes, sir, Gary.
Yeah, just, I'm glad we're past it, so this would fit in nicely. Over the last few weeks, I've received telephone calls and I even think an email or two from various superintendents in the ISDs of Tarrant County. And when we get into this discussion of the reappraisal plan, to the person, they have stated to me, well, by this board doing what they did, we're gonna lose millions of dollars, and there's no way we can get out of that. And I said, that's not accurate. And so I wanna read something, and I pointed this out to these superintendents, and there was a pause moment, which is good. But this is in the reappraisal plan itself. It's called Management Review Process. It's on page 27, and I suggest that those people that are concerned that this is in concrete, read this as to their concerns. The primary objective of this review is to ensure that the calculated values have met preset appraisal guidelines appropriate for the tax year in question. And then it goes on to say, approximately in March, the final ratios will be presented to the board comparing prior year values to newly calculated values. Any ratios that indicate an ISD would qualify for a grace period, 90 to 95%, in the PVS, property value study, or that would receive an invalid finding, which is less than 90%, resulting in state values, will be identified for board consideration and possible amendment of the reappraisal plan. End of paragraph. If I read this correctly, that means we have a safeguard in the reappraisal plan that in the event a school district, ISD, whatever, were in danger of failing and possibly losing funding, that this clause would kick in. Is that a fair assessment?
At least we'll come before the board.
Yep, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
Anything else? All right, we're gonna move to item 7, action items. We have a consent agenda. We have 3 items on there. If any board member so chooses, any one of these items may be pulled from the consent agenda and added to the agenda for discussion. So I'm gonna read off what the 3 items are. I'm gonna call for, unless someone wants to pull one of them out, I'm gonna call for approval of all 3. Action item number 1, or 7.1, is action regarding approval of the Board of Directors meetings from September 9, 2024, and I have asked Gloria. She believes that they are very accurate. Action regarding renewal of the annual CoStar Suite subscription for 2025, and action regarding approval of amendment to previously approved interlocal agreement with Tarrant County for Sheriff's Department's security services. Does anybody want any of these items pulled out for discussion? All right, if not.
7D, please.
Pardon?
7D.
7B, okay, no, I'm only doing 7A. at this
I'm
point.
sorry, I thought you said action on, sorry,
No,
my
no, ma'am.
apologies.
7, all right, so
7A.
for 7A, those 3 items, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody oppose?
Somebody make a motion?
I'm sorry.
Motion to approve.
Motion approved, thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
And I got a second,
Sorry.
Gloria. Now, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody oppose? All right, thank you for that correction,
Didn't have
and we
my
got that
glasses on
going.
yet.
All right. Next is 7B. Action regarding payment of the balance due to Tarrant County, the May 2024 TAD Board of Directors election conducted by the Tarrant County Elections Administration Office, and considered action moving committed funds to the general funds for payment of the election cost. And Joe, I'm gonna turn that over to you. I do have one comment I'll go ahead and make. This is one of the, you heard the terms unfunded mandates. The state mandates an entity to do something, in this case Tarrant County, and we have to do it, and yet there's no money to do it with. And so people talk about our budget, and although our operational budget was actually, I think, 3 or 4% below last year, was actually an increase because number one was security items, but then an item like this, you're gonna look at over 700, or close to $700,000 to run an election. The election was good, don't get me wrong. It was a good thing to do, but it's an unmade, we didn't have that in our budget, so let me let you take that to some more detail.
Yes, sir. We have, the original estimate was for $645,000, and we had to pay an initial down payment of $484,000. Now that the election has been completed and they've tallied up all the costs, the total commitment was $696,000 and $702. And so, like I said, almost $700,000 that we have to pay to the county. So we need to pay the difference and also move some funds. Previously, we had not moved any funds from the reserve accounts into our current fund balance. And so what we're recommending is we take it out of the building maintenance fund. It's the only one large enough to really absorb this amount of money being taken out of it.
All right, and so again, for the record, basically $700,000 to run that election. That's amazing.
The next one will be November 2026. So it's not currently in the 25 budget because we don't have to yet, so we'll have to add it for the 26 budget.
So, and we don't incur any real out-of-pocket costs for the entity election,
No, sir.
so it's just for the public election. Okay.
Did y'all originally estimate that it would cost $300,000 or $400,000?
The estimate we received from the county was 684, or 645,000 was the original
Quite a bit
estimate.
more, okay.
All right, you need a motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I make a motion to authorize a transfer of $696,702 from the building maintenance fund to the general fund to account for the previously paid deposit of $484,110 and for the payment of the balance due for the May 2024 TAD Board of Directors election. Further authorize the chief appraiser to pay the remaining balance of $212,592 to the Tarrant County for the May 2024 TAD Board of Directors election.
I'll second.
Got a second? All right. Any discussion? Yes, sir.
So I just want to make sure that we're aware of budgetary impact of this moving forward and we properly accumulate reserves year on year to cover this instead of hitting, so it's smoother for the entities that are actually footing this bill.
Yes, and one comment on that is, I believe the next election will fall in with other elections, and so we won't carry the major burden of the cost, so hopefully it'll be less. But yeah, it does seem like
There
we
is
need
a
a
hope.
line
It fell
item
in with an election
added
this
to the
time.
budget for, it's two years to get to X amount of dollars. If y'all, very good point. So y'all will do that?
Well, we've already set the 25 budget, so we can add it for 2026 when we have the expense. But after that, we can start doing that. We're kind of, because it will be every 2-year basis. So we can in the
But we
future.
could, yeah, so we
The
can have.
excess funds from this year, we might, if we have any, we can,
I guess what part of what I'm thinking is, we do it as these, in one of these categories where we accumulate.
yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
Should be significantly cheaper when it's within November. It was
Right.
having it in May that made it 232,000 something a piece.
Yeah. All right. Any
There's
further
always an,
discussion? Yes,
there's
ma'am.
always an election, whether it's in May or November, so there's going to be a substantial cost regardless of, whether it's in May or November.
There are more entities to split the cost.
Right, correct.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we-
and
there was-
November will be more palatable as long as there's, others to split it with,
Yes. All right. Anybody else? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Action item C, regarding payment of annual maintenance and support services provided by Manatron, Inc., and payment of annual escrow fee. Jovan?
So this is the Aumentum payment. So this will be the last payment that we make to Aumentum. The contract has expired, but we need one more year so we can run them as we get the new system stood up. And so this will be the last payment we make, and then we'll go our separate ways.
And it's already in the 2025 budget.
Yes, sir.
So moved.
All right, so yours moves exactly as stated, correct?
Yes.
All right, do I have a second?
Second.
Gloria? Any other comment? All those in favor say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? So moves. Action item 7D, regarding the approval of purchase for additional IT contracting services. You know, I've almost missed that. Seems like we've been in a couple meetings without spending more IT money. So
Yes, sir.
somehow I feel good that it's back in here.
It'll be in the December meeting also.
All right.
So in January, we hired, or the board approved, bringing in some outside people instead of making them full-time immediately. So we could basically, it's like temp to hire essentially. And so the board authorized up to $115,000 per employee, and it came out of the salary bucket. As we went through the year, really, we kind of lost track of it, and it took a little too long to get them moved into a full-time employee. But they were vetted. We did bring them on as full-time. But now we've unintentionally spent $21,000 more than we were really authorized for. And
The
then,
21,000 went to a third-party vendor that was providing them.
yes, sir,
Okay.
So this
But
is
that was
more-
in lieu of us.
hiring them full-time.
What would, you know what the difference would have been?
When did you hire
We didn't
them?
have to pay their benefits and insurance, and stuff like that, so.
So is this more of a ratification of the
Yes, ma'am,
contract?
it is. But there's the second part of it all is also, there are still some other projects that we want, and so we want to basically bring in somebody else and continue the contract just with some other warm bodies.
It's a little vague.
I know,
There's-
that's why I had questions.
We do have Brian, he can go into more
It's,
detail what
actually, it's probably
what he's gonna-
sourcing.
Come on down, sir.
Probably mine.
Good morning. Yeah, it's been a while since you've been up there, too.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Indeed, all good things. So specifically to the contractor, the additional contracting that we'd like to continue through 2024, we had an initial contract where they were, per se, a phone a friend, right? Like, as we needed help through ransomware, as we were taking on some new technologies, new tooling, we were able to call this contracting group, and they would pair us up with their expert resources, and they were able to kind of shepherd us through. So we had a chunk of the initial work that was kind of getting us back up and running. There was a chunk of work that we were working on that was website specific, especially we pivoted mid-year or later in the year from hosting with Texas DIR to hosting with Azure. And so the tech stack just changed a little bit. We had some other things to learn, other things to implement. And that's really where we're winding down this year, is we'd like to finalize the Azure implementation. We'd like to wind down this consultant and bring that back in-house to our staff. And we can do all that by December 2024, December this year. So.
Did we put out an RFP for this item, for other people to place bids?
Not for the professional services or the contracting.
Since I'm new, is there a certain price amount that we don't have to put things out to bid?
Yeah, there's
For
two
RSV?
different rules on that. The price amount is $50,000 is what triggers the Municipal Procurement Act, which is what applies to appraisal districts. But then there are also certain exceptions to it, one of which is professional services, which you don't have to go out through the RFP or the RFP process.
But they did come before this board and ask for the authority to do so in the monies at that time. They just overspent by $21,000. Now they're asking, they're asking for the $21,000, plus I guess you're asking for $47,000, and I guess another $36,000?
Yeah.
The 47's already been accounted for.
Okay.
So it's just an additional, and again, that's a buffer that we're not anticipating all of that spend, but we wanted to give ourselves a little bit of wiggle room if we needed it.
Okay,
So
so what I guess I'm getting at, you're asking for $83,000
Total.
total.
Including the
21,000's already been,
Including the 47 that's already been spent. Yes.
including the what's already been spent?
The 47,000.
It's already been spent. That's
Is-
included in that 83,000.
Where's the 21,000 then?
Yeah.
The 21,000 was for the temp.
But is it in the 47, or is it?
No, that was a different bucket.
That's what I have
technically.
so many questions.
We had, initially we had temp to hire, contract to hire, and we brought them in on a kind of a 6-month-ish agreement. Because of the ransomware, and then because, we lost a little bit of time because of the ransomware, We had some other projects that they were working on that caused us to extend the amount of time that they were working with us. There was some alignment with our pay periods and things like that before we onboarded them over. It pushed us over the initial ask of the 115.
Okay. So, again, I'm getting a little slow on this, but overall, you're asking for $83,000. Is the 21,000 part of the 83?
I believe that 83,000 is the 47 plus the 36, right?
So you're actually asking for 83 plus 21?
So we're asking for we've already spent the 47, because that was under our $50,000 threshold. We're asking for an additional 36,000 for contracting work, to carry us through and finalize some Azure implementation of the website. And then we had our contract to hire, which was, initially we came to the board and we asked for contract to hire terms for up to 115 per contractor. And that's where that additional 21,000 is coming from.
I can't make your numbers match.
I couldn't
It's
either.
21,000 plus 83,000.
But 21,000 plus 83,
So you're asking for 104,000 something dollars.
Does that sound correct?
Well, but again, that's the total ask so far is is basically 57 additional $1,000, right?
Okay.
Per
I'm gonna go
employee?
back, I'm gonna go back,
No, total.
No, total
It's-
dollar, not per employee.
It's effectively two different buckets. We had a contract to hire, we had two contract to hires, and in our implementation of those contracts, we extended the initial estimated transition date to bring them on board.
Okay.
In that cost us an additional $21,000.
Okay.
In a separate effort, we had additional contracting work to help us with IT initiatives, to help us with the website. That initially, we had spent up to $47,000. We recognized that, hey, we're going to exceed that. We wanted to bring that back to the board, and that's the additional $36,000.
So, Brian, just real quick, this is within your budgetary capacity. We're not asking for a change to the overall budget.
That
This
is
within-
correct.
Within the dollars the board's already approved.
Absolutely.
And this is for necessary work that we had to do based on our fund in the first half of this year.
Yes, sir.
And so these will be positions that would have otherwise been permanent,
Yes, sir.
correct?
That
And-
is correct.
And so we're continuing to fill those to headcount with contractors instead of permanent through the end of this year.
That's correct.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
thank you.
Can I further ask this? I'm totally confused, but I think I may understand it. Really breaking this in two separate categories, when you're, in your motion, you're saying or requesting that the chief appraiser could engage with Improving Enterprises for the additional expense of $21,070.80 for temporary IT staff. Is that a temp to perm, or that is just to cover their people being out here to assist us?
So that was overage of the temp to perm. That was
it's already
in-
happened,
It's
Yes.
already happened.
Okay,
And
and they are permanent now.
they are permanent now,
okay. Then I'm asking on the next,
and we are overdue in our.
here's my concern. When you start putting two different subject matters in the same motion, I don't think that's a good thing to do,
Yes, sir.
because these are two separate animals, if I understand it correctly. Is that right?
With one vendor, yes, sir.
Yes, I get that. But the charter that they're being asked to fulfill is two separate things. It's not one. Okay, I get it now.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Well, it seems still unclear to me that, I mean, if they're permanent staff, that should be under payroll. I mean, this is a contract. What the motion says, temporary, what he just said.
Okay,
So
so,
temp to perm, it just
the
doesn't seem clear.
but you understand the temp to perm?
I know what that means.
Okay, yeah. So the 21,000, we kept them temp longer than we should have. And so we owe that firm $21,000. On the flip side, we didn't pay them our salary, so it's not really 21,000, but obviously there's a cost to that firm. So the 21,000 is for something that's already occurred. We left the temps on too long as temps. That's already happened. Now they're permanent. The 21,000's to make it right with the vendor that, because we did keep them.
Okay.
Yeah, that is,
Now-
that is correct to say this is covering already incurred expenses.
That is correct,
So
yes.
the discussion is really about whether we honor our debt or not.
Here's,
Yes, sir.
here's
Well,
the
let me
problem I
call on
have.
Wendy, please. Wendy?
No, thank you. Okay, so your phone a friend, you hired them when?
I believe that was in February or March.
So how did you overspend after hiring them in February?
So that we haven't. In that separate agreement, we're at $47,000. However, we are estimating additional work to finalize some of those projects that will come out of the $36,000 bucket.
So we made
Okay.
a mistake with the first one, and so we're trying to correct it. So we're trying to ask for permission now, before we make another mistake.
After
Repeat
making
it.
a mistake from February,
Yes.
you're asking for it in November.
So this isn't already incurred expense?
The
I-
21,000 is, but the additional 36,000 that is part of the 83,000, that part we haven't gone over yet. We've only spent 47,000, so we realized we were getting close to our limit before we had to ask for permission. So then we stopped. Now we're asking for permission to spend an additional 36,000. That will end up being a total of 83,000, which is
Okay.
separate from the 21,000.
Okay, wait a minute, say those numbers again, because here's my problem. I understand this, I think this is a good thing to do, but I can't not
I'm
make
still
these
holding the
numbers
floor.
work. So what you just said, can you say it again? So I'm trying to
We
make
originally
it
spent
match.
47,000, which is within our allowance to spend.
Okay,
We realized, because we'd already made the previous mistake, we realized that what we want to do will exceed the 50,000. So now we're bringing, basically asking permission to spend an additional 36,000, which will get us up to 83,000 total.
For that body of work.
For that separate body of work. And so we're trying to ask for permission first before we do that again, before we make the same mistake we did with the first 21,000.
So you're
Bottom
asking,
line-
If they're
Bottom
now-
line, bottom line,
83,000.
bottom line, 47,000 was already pre-approved. You're asking for another 36,000, which brings the total to 83,000.
Yes.
So you're only asking for 36,000 more we already approved, and you're asking on a separate item, as Gary said, 21,000 for an error we made.
Yes.
So if they're already
I-
permanent, why
I
are we
wasn't finished yet.
anticipating owing someone, spending more
It's-
to someone else?
So you got,
Still.
Gary's right, two different issues. Take the 21 totally separate, that's
Okay.
one issue.
Okay.
We kept the temps.
That's already spent, okay.
We kept the temps longer than we should have as temps, and so we owe 21,000 for that. Now, the good side of that is, we would've been paying them salaries and benefits, so it's not really a true 21,000.
There's an operational gain there.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
so just that. Separate item entirely.
Okay,
We approved 47,000 in prior meetings to do this contracted work. They're basically at that number now, so they're asking to increase that number to 36,000 for contracted work. And then that comes to the 83. I think that's what's been confusing.
well, that's where it's not clear, because he's saying that they're now gonna be permanent, and you're saying
No,
contracting.
forget about the permanent and
Separate.
that. This is just contract. It's two different subjects.
It is. We'll work to clarify that. One vendor, which is why it was on the one line item, but it is two separate bodies of work.
Let me ask another
Wait,
question.
Callie, did we get, I know it's confusing.
Well, I mean, it doesn't make sense if they're permanent, then why are we planning to pay a contracting service
that's in the
for
future.
a future expense?
It's a different body of work. So we have, we did attempt to hire with two staff to backfill two positions that we had. And when we brought them in, we went through the ransomware. We had some other projects that extended that work and caused us to go over our initial ask with the board.
Okay,
So that's where that 21,000.
okay, so I understand that part. What's unclear to me is the second.
Okay, so that's a separate body of work. So the first body of work we asked for, I think in January, February. The second body of work we asked for in February, March. And that was for additional contracting work to supplement the IT staff with expertise in other of the ongoing challenges that we had. So some of it was assisting us in the ransomware, some of it was migrating our web services into a cloud-based system. So it was a completely separate body of work.
Do we have any documentation or an invoice or something of what outlines what the scope of the project or what we need them to do is somewhere where I can see?
We have an ongoing statement of work
Okay.
with the contractor, or
Okay.
with the contracting firm, rather.
Can I see that? Is that somewhere we can
Gary.
see that before we vote?
Mr. Chair, can I finish my questions now that everyone has jumped in
Actually,
while I was still
I had
asking
no
my
idea
questions?
you had not gotten to your question.
I hadn't finished my questions because everybody
So
piled on.
what is your question?
So, improving enterprises, $83,000 from the February hire of one individual, correct? That's my understanding, or was that the two people?
So, again, the two people were the contract to hires. That was the 115. The 83,000.
Who is the entity that, so we can be clear for everyone, who is the entity for the 83,000 that was improving enterprises? Was that one person or two?
That was a revolving pool of contractors,
Okay.
based on their expertise and based on what we needed.
Did you hire one person or two in February?
We hired two people in that separate body of work.
Okay. And then, moving forward with Improving Dallas, so we can all be clear, Improving Dallas is a pool of people that are working on a scope of work
Yes,
for that?
Yes, ma'am. That's the 83,000. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay, so that is a separate, so it would have been easier for this board to understand had this been broken into two separate action items, probably.
Which is what Gary said.
So moving forward, that would have been great. But the phone a friend and then the wind down of service for Azure, with the February hire and asking us to, we've already spent the money, so, please approve the bill that we've already incurred, was for two people.
Two staff members. Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Now staff members.
okay. Thank you.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
would just let the board know that even though it is listed as one agenda item and the staff recommendation is for one sort of combined motion, the decision of how the motion is made is up to the board, and if somebody wanted to break that up into two separate motions, that would be perfectly permissible.
Gloria, did you have something else? I'm not sure.
No, I got the numbers to
Okay.
work after Joe Don gave us the information.
Yes, Gary.
I have a question relative to these payments. If we don't take action on this today, would we be in jeopardy anywhere, not paying our bills, or have you already paid them?
No, sir. We've held off on paying the initial 21,000 because we wanted to make sure that we had board approval before we made that spend.
My question is headed towards this. Why don't we just table this to the next meeting and let the staff come back at two separate items? Because these are two separate two separate assignments, and let them clarify that, as opposed to us spending an hour because we can't understand.
Well, I think we've basically clarified, and again, as Matthew already said, if someone wants to make a motion to the first sentence of the recommendation, that can be a standalone motion. Then we either take care of our vendor or we don't take care of our vendor.
Well, then we should
Then,
pay
then we
interest.
can go on, if someone wants to make a motion on starting with the second sentence or not make the motion. So we don't need to table the entire, we can, but we don't need to table the entire
Just a
action.
suggestion, that's all.
The
Yes.
risk would be that we lose a month of work, moving us forward. There
Well,
were
I have
some
a
objectives
question.
we're trying to get
If we have
to.
a bill, when was it due? And if we
Yeah.
are gonna be delinquent, then we owe interest.
Yes, ma'am.
Or a
I believe the invoice was initially issued in August, I believe, August or
Okay.
September.
So I'm going to make a motion as staff recommended. So please consider that motion is made. But I'm also going to make a comment that we need to do a far better job of articulating what is being asked of the board, so we don't have to do this back and forth, figure out the numbers during meetings anymore. And hopefully this can be taken as an educational experience for all, but I will motion to approve. as is.
Second.
Are you motioning for both, the whole?
The motion is recommended, which includes both, yes.
Okay.
It's the entire one.
And one of you seconded?
Matt did.
Matt did.
Matt did quietly.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
No.
No.
We got 2 noes.
And 1, 2.
We have Gary and we have Callie.
And I was gonna say, we table the second part of it to get more information, and that's the only reason I'm voting no on that one.
No.
Just a comment. I agree with you in principle. In this instance, we're talking about securing our network and getting best expertise to do that in a timely way, and I don't want to continue that risk any longer than we have to.
I
And-
agree, I just wanted more information before I make a
Understood.
decision, yeah.
Matt.
Matt.
No, no.
No.
She
Matt,
said
you
no.
know- you were no too?
Gary,
Oh, the
Gary and
2
Callie.
noes? Gary and Callie.
He seconded.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think to wrap this up, only repeating what I think's already been said, you really did have 2 different items. It would've been easier for us to understand. I appreciate that you brought it before the board on the 21,000 and not paid it because you want board approval. On the other hand, we've got to be able to manage these things in a proactive way rather than reactive to it. And then on the, I'm just letting you know that the 83,000 number somehow need to be broken out a little bit, well, 2 different items just would have been better, so we've already said that. All right, thank you so much. Back to the reading glasses here. We are on item E, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Action regarding award of contract for homestead exemption audit services. So, Joe Don, got any comments?
This was passed in the last legislative session. It requires the appraisal districts to conduct a homestead audit, or at least have a plan to conduct a homestead audit at least once every 5 years. So our current plan is that we've divided up the county into columns, roughly 20% area of the county, and then we send homestead applications to all those homesteads that are in there and have them reapply. The problem with that is it's a lot of paper that we have to mail. A lot of people do not reply to them because they think they already have a homestead, they already have their exemptions, they don't need to respond. And then we have to mail them 3 or 4 more letters asking them to reapply or to tell them that we are denying them. And then usually what ends up happening, a percentage of them won't realize that we've removed their exemption until years later. And so then we have to go back and supplement the roll for 2 years back to add the exemption back on. And so what this product, what we're looking for is a product to kind of automate some of this process, narrow down the field from roughly 85% that we reach out to in each of those areas, to really narrow it down to the ones that are probably or have a high likelihood of being erroneous or no longer valid. So we sent out an RFP and we had 4 vendors respond. And then basically we have 4 staff that graded all the responses. And then on the next few pages, we have our scoring mechanism. And there are 2 different vendors. Well, on it, there's green, and then 2 different slightly colors of red, and then a blue. And then there's black boxes that indicate that the expense or the cost from that vendor exceeds our budget. So we have a $470,000 budget expense in the 2025 budget that we've planned for. And so anything over that, we've made black, indicating that it's beyond what we had anticipated. The 2 white squares are the 2 vendors in the basic level and the mid-level that we would be recommending if the board decides to go with either level. The first one would be CoreLogic. It scored 68. The total cost would be $67,000 to the vendor. They are one of the newest vendors into the market, and so there's not a lot of data from them. We'd probably have to help develop this product for them. They only have a product really in Colorado that we're really aware of. TrueRoll is the second one at the mid-level. They scored the highest at 91.1. The total commitment would be $424,000 to the vendor. Then on the next page, we have the high-level service, which is considered turnkey or full service. Every vendor exceeds our budget amount. And so the staff isn't recommending any of those for the full service. Below that, we have some different grading, so available API integration, TrueRoll has it, and then LexisNexis has one. Online taxpayer direct application tools, and so with that, TrueRoll is the only one that we know of. CoreLogic would have a beta product. And so built-in workflow tools to improve efficiency for the staff. TrueRoll has that. CoreLogic has a beta, and then Lexis has a partial workflow. Our overall impression of the different products, that TrueRoll really provides the best end-to-end service and user interface for the staff and for the public. On the next page, I have some basic data, basically some of our general assumptions that we made when we're trying to capture the total cost, including staff time, taxpayer input, as far as how long does it take them to apply for, to fill out an application, and how many taxpayers are we actually gonna have to reach out to under each method. And so on the next page, I have the cost analysis. And so there's a yellow 2024 TAD audit. And so that column is what our current audit process, the total input was that we estimated. Then the next two columns are in white, which are the 2025 planned audit. So if we do nothing, this is what we're going to continue with. And then the second white column is if the staff were to do a full audit of all homestead properties in the coming year. That gets quite expensive with the number of envelopes that we have to mail and the manpower. And then with CoreLogic is in orange. We have two columns for them. We have a basic level and a mid-level, only because the basic level is so inexpensive it'd be hard not to kind of recommend it. And then we have mid-level, because all the other vendors, we're only really looking at the mid-level. And so we have the total vendor cost at the top, the number of accounts that would be audited, which is 403,000 homesteads, the number that we flagged for review. So these are, we're estimating 3% would be flagged for potentially being erroneous. And then we have the application cost, so how much it costs to actually mail all these applications, training cost, legal cost, which we're estimating average lawsuit is $900 per lawsuit on average so far historically. And so we're putting in two. We think most of these would get resolved. There wouldn't be that many that would typically go to lawsuit from this. Most of these would go through the ARB process and they have to stop there. So total cost, not including labor. CoreLogic Basic is at $85,000. CoreLogic Mid is at $308,000. Linebarger is $1.1 million. Lexis is at $510,000, and TrueRoll is at $442,000. Then I go through and estimate how much time and effort the staff would have to put in based on each of these different methods. And including staff cost, just staff cost alone with TrueRoll would be $122,000, which is by far the lowest out of all the vendor options. And then total cost is to TAD. For the basic level for CoreLogic, it'd be $540,000. The next would be TrueRoll at $564,000. And then beyond that, I estimate how much time it would take for taxpayers to fill out the applications and submit them to us. And so then I have a total, basically countywide estimated projection how much cost this would use or require across the county for taxpayers, everybody included. So the two that are closest in cost, CoreLogic's basic program and the TrueRoll Mid. But with the TrueRoll Mid, we get quite a bit better service that we can provide to the taxpayers and to the staff. And so I think it's worth the additional cost. Yes, sir.
So does, whichever one we agree to take on, is this an unfunded mandate, so to speak, that it's just additional dollars we're out? Or does part of this take away from what staff's already doing, and so either we can lower staff or reassign staff to something more productive?
Both. I mean, so it was unfunded, but we found out about it early enough that we were able to put it in the budget, so it is included in our budget. And so on one of the lines, there's a line right above staff cost. So I have support service staff labor commitment. With our current method, we're estimating 13% of the support services time is spent doing the current homestead audit. As we go across with CoreLogic Basic, I'm estimating to be at 14%, but that would be a countywide audit, roughly 1% more of time spent from staff. With TrueRoll, it drops to 4%, so we would get roughly 9% of our time back for the staff to work on other things, reduce our wait time. Right now, there's a 35-day wait period when people submit a homestead application. There's a 35-day wait period typically before we respond to them and notify them that either we need information or that it's been approved. And so we should be able to cut this down dramatically and offer better service.
Wendy,
Thank you, sir.
you're welcome, ma'am.
The question that I have, I know that you have, you've provided some data on the progress that you've made so far internally on your first quadrant for this year, because I was included in that quadrant and turned mine in the first week of the year. So in the 2024 TAD audit, you've said that you've audited 22,000 homes, is that correct?
That was the amount that
That's how many you mailed?
homesteads were in that area. And so out of that 14,000, we flagged. So we basically excluded anybody that had submitted a new application the last 3 years, then we'd make them reapply.
Really?
Yes.
Because mine was brand new in the last 3 years, yet I got one.
Okay, well, that was the intent.
Okay, well, but I turned it in anyway,
Yes,
you know, so interesting to know the logic behind it. And so the number of responses that you received back of that 14,000, is that reflected in your chart here?
No, ma'am.
Okay,
The number-
how many did you receive back? Cause I think there was an article out there, but it was blocked, you know, cause it was like, a county to the east, and it was blocked, so I couldn't read it.
That I don't have the number on.
Okay.
I know we're still pending some, that we're still waiting on responses from some.
Right, and I know the timeframe deadline was December 31st, and then if they hadn't responded by December 31st, then you are well within your right to take that exemption off for next year, which will create some
A lot of phone calls. at least.
concerns
Yes.
and phone calls, not only to you,
Yes, ma'am.
but, you know, they get us confused, as we both know, because I send you a lot of emails. And so, on this, you mentioned that you allocated 13% of support staff, in the internal audit that you were using, and you estimate that 9% of that time would be given back to the support staff if you hired someone outside in this unfunded mandate, because it totally was an unfunded mandate. But this unfunded mandate is going to cost the taxpayers through the entities, you know, an estimated $1.9 million. So is that the $1.9 million over a 4-year period?
No, it'd be, with TrueRoll, it'd be $424,000 that's already included in our budget. We have $470,000 included in the budget, so that would be the additional expense. The rest of it is basically man hours and mailing cost.
Yeah, and that was my other question. I was like, why do you have mailing costs? Why are they not bearing the mailing costs? Because if you hire them, why are they not doing full service?
Well, with the full service,
Even in the mid,
that typically I like to do it myself because I want the letter to come from my office. That way we control the timing of it.
Okay.
We can get the responses, and we can basically work it into our workflow as it best suits our staff and our timeline. If we typically give it to an outside agency, they will typically do it all at once or in a big bulk and then create just a lot of phone calls all at once as they go through the process.
okay. So, if you're doing it on your time frame, what would be your time frame with, say, if you went with any vendor, in this, what would be your timeframe in sending those out? What would be your methodology and, timeframe for mailing out?
We would get the product basically set up in January, maybe start in February. We would, with theirs, the way it works, you basically have a flag list, and so you start off with the most number of flags. And so we would take however many and just start working through them and start notifying those people that have, that are really great chance that they're erroneous or invalid now. So we'd notice those people, and then work our way down the list. And it would just be more of a ongoing process. We wouldn't do huge batches. They do have a process where you can do it in batch. So we can mass notify people, or flag those accounts, and then also mass approve when the applications come in.
Okay.
All right, any other discussion, Gary?
Okay, one's a question and one's a comment. The comment that I have is it's so nice to see the price variances tied, or the bids tied to individual vendors. In the past, we have not seen that, and we've been asked to just approve the name of a vendor. This is good to see. The second part of this, and I don't know if it's incorporated in this, but I think it would be important for us to know from the vendor what monies they recaptured, and that may come from us, or from TAD in concert with them, what monies that have been recaptured to see where the $424,000 is coming from. In other words, what's our bang for our buck? If we're spending $424 and we get back $300, I got a problem with that.
Except it's a state mandate.
It's required.
They still can be done in-house.
Well,
That's
true.
Yeah.
Our costs were significantly higher, total cost.
Well, you'd have to manage that a little differently,
Yes, sir.
but my point is, regardless of which way we go, I think it would be critical for us to know how much has been recaptured, because it would be silly to spend $424,000 or 1.6 or anything else to recapture $200,000. That makes no sense.
We'll get a good return on investment.
Well, I'd like to see that when
They have reports that they can generate. I used
Other counties.
TrueRoll and Waco, so we've used them 2 years before I left. And so the staff loved the product. They would send annual reports showing basically return on investment, how many that were flagged, how many were denied, and how many were basically false positives. And so we'll have fun reports for y'all to look at and see kind of, did you get your bang for the buck?
And is this a one-year contract?
I believe we have the option.
Something in the contract language has to say 1 year,
I'm hoping.
because of the budget, how the budgets
Yeah.
operate.
Yeah, I didn't see that, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
I could have missed it.
What's our normal statement,
So
Matthew?
it has to certainly have a
30 day.
minimum, a funding out clause, where you say that if a future board doesn't allocate money for this purpose, that we would have an out on it. And then, obviously, if there needs to be another or clause out in the contract that the board would like, we can try to get that put in there as well.
But this is being presented as a one-year contract. Is that a correct statement?
Would y'all agree? So,
Okay. And this is gonna be an oncurring expense every year,
yes, sir.
because we're doing a percentage of the population.
Well, this would do the entire county. So not only does it, internal default is we do a percentage of the county. This would do audit the entire county, and it prevents people from having erroneous exemptions stacking up for multiple years and then having a big back payment penalty and interest added onto it.
So are we required to do it annually?
We're
For
required to do it once
everybody?
every 5 years.
At least once every 5
Yeah.
years.
So you're going to 5 times every 5 years.
Yes.
Okay, talk to us about that then.
Overall, we think
Because
it's,
that's $2 million more dollars.
it's essentially provides a better service for the taxpayer because it finds, the other part that it does, it finds missing homesteads. So anybody that's entitled to homestead that has not claimed it, we will notify them. We'll have basically additional evidence that says these people need to go out and qualify, because that changes over quite a bit, the amount of, as properties change over. It also gets it back on the roll sooner for the taxing entities, instead of letting it stack up for 5 years.
Alan has a question.
Well,
Or claiming grandma's property.
I wanna
is-
reinforce
It's been
this,
dead for
that
a long time.
the requirement by the state is once every 5 years, but staff is recommending once every year, so they're 5 times the cost rather than 1 times the cost. Alan?
So I had a couple of questions. First, as noted, we can't commit future boards to making a particular decision. And so the 1 year with the out clauses, as Mr. Tepper suggested, I think are appropriate. The second comment, or my question, is related to, and you partially answered this, and that you used this particular product in Waco. How broadly is it deployed in state? And aside from your own testimonial, do we have testimonial from other entities using it?
There's roughly, well, they said 40 clients that they use, and I believe that's the most of any vendor.
In the state, or?
I believe so, at least in the state.
I heard Dallas, Harris, Collin.
So the major metros are using this.
Are other metros doing every year?
Every year.
With this product, they are, for the most part, yeah.
Could we hear from them?
We already did.
Oh, I'm sorry, because I was
If you have a particular question.
sorry.
As Mr. Bobbitt mentioned, on, testing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Truro proactively monitors the homestead eligibility on an annual basis. And the reason is because every day in your county, people move, buy second homes, rent their property, change their address, change their driver's license, become eligible, become ineligible. And you want those homesteads to be on and off the roll the year it happens. So the entities get their money on an annual basis that they deserve, and the taxpayers get the service and the homestead benefits that they deserve. And so the benefit of an annual basis proactive engagement is that without such, you have to recoup in arrears the money from the taxpayer, and the entities have gone without that money for many years.
So, but there must, and again, I'm asking this openly, there must have been a reason the state only required it once every 5 years, because again, we're talking about $2.4 million in 5 years versus $400,000 in 5 years.
I can't speak on behalf of the state, sir.
And what would the repercussion be if we didn't do every year, we did it every 2 years, or every, in the 3rd year and then the 5th year? What action or negative impact would it have on us to do that?
I think he mentioned it, and that it just creates this chaos.
Can,
I mean, there's.
It can.
Well, historically, the data's not gonna change that people move, buy, sell.
so some that are more involved with real estate of this process, and me can answer the question, what percentage of residential properties in Tarrant County move from one owner to another or fall into this situation annually where their status may change?
On a Texas basis, we see about 2% eligibility change on an annual basis across your homestead. And if you calculate that across 400,000 homesteads and the average annual saving per year per homestead, it's in the county's best interest to administer this on an annual rolling basis across the whole county.
But ultimately, it's the taxpayer's responsibility. But the state has come and said, well, we're gonna cover the taxpayer once every 5 years by doing this.
I believe so, yes.
Mr. Puente, I want to go back to what I said a couple of minutes ago, because all these other comments have led right into it. The reason why I would like to see what the percentage is that, or the dollar amounts that were saved, is if you do this every year, it surely better be worth it, since we're not required to do it but once every 5 years. So I think it's critical that we know what these dollars are that are spent. I also, and this is a question, I have a hard time believing that the staff, when this was being handled in-house, is $1,600,000 a year. That is that what that amount is?
Well, that includes, 1.1 of that is taxpayer time, because we're mailing so many homestead applications, and we're estimating based on the average salary in the county and the number of homestead applications that we're, so that includes.
Taxpayer time?
Yes.
But that's not an expenditure out of our pocket.
No, but the 451,000 is the number above that. That's our cost during the current method.
For 1 year, it's
For-
451,000?
For 2024, For next year, it goes up to 730,000 because there's more homesteads in the next section.
So the comparison should be the 451 versus a bid of 424. It shouldn't be 1.6. I mean, why are we putting a dollar amount to a taxpayer dime? I don't understand that.
Well, it's trying to count, whatever we do that interacts with the taxpayer, we're putting a burden on the taxpayer by making them fill out a homestead application every 5 years with the current method. And so that may take 15 minutes to an hour if they have to drive up here and interact with us. And so we're trying to account for their time as well.
I think this is massaging. I don't
Well,
like
but-
that at all.
The bottom line is, it's a state requirement. We need to make a decision on the vendor for the state requirement, no matter what, how he presented the numbers. And so either we say it's gonna be internal, or we're gonna use a vendor. If we're gonna use a vendor, which of the vendors are we gonna use? And so that just gets down to a motion. One thing I'm gonna suggest is if someone wants to make the motion as staff recommended, that we add a statement, following what's stated there. And first of all, note that the 424,000, that can be 424,000, that can be 450,000, that can be 400,000. It's whatever we authorize, and he's gotta work with that number. But then following that, and this may not be the best language, to note that the state only requires this audit every 5 years.
Yeah.
So that the future board truly sees, okay, that's part of the motion, and we're just making a statement there as part of the motion. It's their choice whether they wanna do it the second year, the third year, the fourth year.
We might consider that after 1 year, we'll have data, and it will be regressive data that we can maybe use to say,
Yeah.
gosh, do we keep doing this?
That's the only reason I want to put that in the motion, or I suggest we put in the motion, is to remind the next board that this is, other boards have been on, staff just bring things and we automatically approve them, unfortunately. I'm not saying this board, but that could become the next board, and I just want to be sure that in the future, it's noted, this is not a requirement to do this every year. So that's my suggestion.
I would defer to the board attorney on that, as to how we do it, or how we word it.
So I have not seen this contract yet, but if it is a 1-year contract, one of the things that you could do is, if it's a 1-year contract with an auto renewal in it, you could approve it as just a 1-year contract that then requires the board to approve it again to go into another year, and that would then put a trigger, and then the board that's sitting here next year could say, well, before we're gonna approve it for another year, we wanna see the data to see what the bang is that we got for our buck.
Yep.
But Matthew, on my suggestion, just making the statement in the motion that it's a requirement once every 5 years, is there any problem with that?
No, you could put in the motion whatever you want. That won't, I think you putting it in the motion won't automatically trigger it for board action, but obviously anybody who was reviewing the minutes, would see that that was what the board was intending when they passed it.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to make one last statement to Mr. Lasada's comment about bang for your buck. We have a guarantee in our contract that if we do not return the amount in recovery of improperly incurred homesteads, we return that amount back to our customers, and we have 130 customers, and we've never had to issue that.
Great information. I have not seen the contract, so if,
I don't believe we have a copy of any contracts with any vendors yet.
so if I hear what you're saying, because you talk softly, if I hear what you're saying, is if your recapture was $400,000, you'd refund $24,000 back to the district.
That's correct, sir.
Answers my concern.
I want to see the fine print on that one.
Yeah, I know, I'm just saying.
All right. I think we've had great discussion. Again, if someone else has got another question, I'll certainly entertain it. Otherwise, someone needs to consider if we're going to make someone wants to make a motion on this, and if anything, if they either want to change the dollar amount or add the statement about every 5 years from the state, please do so.
I'll make the motion.
Gloria?
I'm gonna do it just as staff recommended. Authorize the chief appraiser to negotiate a contract with True Roll to provide homestead exemption audit services at the intermediate level in the amount not to exceed $424,000. And this is an item that's already in our 2025 budget.
Do I have a second to that motion? All right, we don't have a second.
Second it.
Oh, we do have a second. So Alan seconds. So let me ask one question. Of the 400, whatever the contract ends up being, there's no money that's spent in 2024.
No, sir. It'd be a 25 commitment.
All right. All right. Is there, I've got maybe one other discussion point. Someone else got a discussion on the motion and the second at hand.
Did you ask another question on this? Is that what you're saying?
So we have a motion. Do you have a question about the
I just
motion?
want to make sure it's just for this 1 year, like what we talked about.
It's exactly as stated by the
For
staff
2025.
recommendations.
Okay.
I would ask for a friendly amendment, if that's the proper way to do it,
I was gonna ask that too.
that we go ahead and state that the state of Texas only requires this audit every 5 years.
You want to add that onto the motion?
Just as a statement.
Okay.
Do you accept that?
Sure.
All right, so we've got a motion added. So the motion would be, if I've got it correctly, authorize the chief appraiser to negotiate a contract with True Roll to provide homestead exemption audit services at the intermediate level in the amount of not to exceed $424,000, and to note that the state only requires this audit once every 5 years. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? So moves. Great discussion. All right, next item. Action item 7F regarding award of contract for mineral and utility appraisal services. Go, Joe Don.
We have, our current vendor is Pritchard and Abbott. We went out to RFP. We received 2 responses, one from Pritchard and Abbott and one from Capital Appraisal. Pritchard and Abbott increased their fee quite a bit, and so we're recommending Capital Appraisal Group. Both the companies are well-respected in the industry. I use Capital and Waco, so they're close enough that it'd be hard to argue that one is better than the other. And so based on that, we're recommending that we go with a Capital Appraisal Group. Our budget for 2025 was $300,000, and so for 2025, Capital has come in at $297,000. And then we have the 5-year schedule going forward. Typically, these are done for 5 to 6 year periods. Well, this would be a 3-year contract with 2 options.
What was our prior expenditure
I want to say 285.
per year, or roughly? Per
Yes,
year?
sir.
Okay, so it's still gonna be up over what we've done.
Yes, sir, but it's under what we expected and budgeted.
I make a motion that we approve the staff recommendation as presented.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Alan seconds. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? So moves. Wow, that was a quick one.
Ask, like, I'd like to see what a future contract would look like. Obviously, it's not official before I vote, because I feel like I don't have enough information to make some of these decisions. And what we talked about on the last item was, we're just approving 1 year, where in this one, did we just approve 5 years?
It was 3-year with 2 options.
Okay, but so it's not gonna come back to the board in future years?
Well, on the-
Until
on
5
the-
years from now?
Before the 4th year. Because we'd have to
Okay.
bring it back to y'all for the options.
Okay, I'd like to see more information, like any
Yeah,
kind of
and
supporting
the only thing I say
documents.
is that we're not attorneys, we're authorizing the chief appraiser to take an action. I don't know this board wants to get into reading contracts. I mean, that's, I think, beyond our scope of responsibility, and also puts a liability on the board of directors. That's my thoughts on that, but certainly more information
I
is
just would
better.
like to see what we're agreeing to. So I think that's fair.
We can send
Yeah.
these to y'all.
Okay, thank you.
Well, technically, this has to be approved as part of the budget process every year anyway.
Well, no, we just approved 3 years. Or 3 years.
Well, if you don't want to fund this, it's no longer an agreement.
Our attorney.
Yeah,
has
that's
an
true.
opinion.
Is that correct, Mr.
There has to be a
Well,
clause
right,
in
I
it.
mean, the contract would be entered into for the 3 years. I haven't seen the capital contract decided in 2026 they weren't gonna put in any money for mineral and industrial appraisal services, that would be a way to get out of the contract.
Yeah, it's kind of like a standard thing we put in our contracts.
Virtually all contracts that are approved by a governmental body in the state of Texas have to have that funding out clause. It goes back to Reconstruction, so it's a pretty key part of the Texas Constitution.
All right, anything else on that? Well, otherwise, we're going to action item 7G, action regarding award of contract for bank depository services.
So with the bank depository, we have to go up for bid. We can do a 2-year contract, and then we can renew it one time for 2 years. And so we've been using First Financial Bank, I believe for the last 8 years. And so we received multiple bids. They all seem pretty comparable. And so due to the amount of manpower and effort to transfer banks, we're recommending we stay with First Financial.
Who is First Financial? Are they a local bank, are they a state bank?
I don't know. Is it a local bank or state bank?
They are based in Texas.
Abilene.
So it's only within the state of Texas?
Do we know if they are a state bank or a national bank?
They are a Texas-based bank.
They're Texas State?
So is Frost, but they're national.
Yeah, Frost is only in Texas.
So I have a question about this. I don't much care who we go with, but my question is, I couldn't find anything in here as it relates to cost. So,
There's mainly just some fees that may be associated, and that's really the only cost, are just typical monthly fees.
monthly fees for what?
The estimate is that based on balances historically, so there'll be no fees incurred.
Because we'll have a high enough balance that'll offset that. So there are no costs on this.
They're anticipating
With either bank? Okay. Perfect.
Any other questions? Do I have a motion?
Oh, you do need one.
Motion to approve?
And second.
Based on staff
Based on
recommendation?
staff
Okay.
recommendation?
All right, so we have a motion, we have a second by Gloria. Motion by Wendy. All those in or any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? So moves. Action item 7H, actions regarding purchase of TREP CRE subscription services. Joe Don.
I'm gonna let William, this is kind of his
William.
project. He can either speak from there, or if y'all
Now,
want.
come up to the mic, William, because we can't hear your voice.
Yeah, he's so quiet.
Mostly ones you have to pick up that notebook. And on that note, as I mentioned it, we had a conversation before the meeting. Next meeting, they're gonna provide us a notebook with the past information separate, big one, but they're gonna provide us the current information in a separate notebook, so it's easy to work with, and we can always pull back on the old one. So thank you for doing that. As I did ask for myself this morning. Yes, sir.
Well, is this on?
Yes.
We've had a lot of complexity this morning. I hope this is a simple one. This is an item that you've already approved to be in the 2025 budget. We are doing a late minute add as an option to save the taxpayers some money through the entities by going with a multiple year option as our first recommendation. And I've heard y'all say you don't do things in multiple years, but it's been done many, many times, including by this board. You've obligated future chiefs to continue with IS audits and so forth, and future boards as well. The December board obligated you all to do some things, so the new board. So I'm not too clear on that, but that's kind of a off-topic item that I'm not supposed to be speaking about. I was just an observation. As you saw by the pre-email prior to this, so it would be clear, and then by the staff recommendation, and of course by our meeting that we had at, I think, Arlington ISD or maybe Tarrant County, when I got up and spoke about that it's a very important product for a commercial department in Texas to have. We don't have state disclosure, as Mr. Chandler Crouch talked about earlier. The other CADs in Texas that are mid-size and large use it because they can afford it. And most importantly, the comptroller's office, who grades us, is using this data source. And for us not to have it would be borderline malpractice by an appraisal district. There is no MLS for commercial property like there is for residential. There is no abundant source. We have to kind of piecemeal together various sources. And this is a good one. It's about $1.50 a parcel. In my private appraisal history, I always spend about $3 per assignment. So for my data sources, and so this is a good rate. And as you could see by some of the literature I provided prior to this, it's pretty substantial savings if we enter into a 5-year agreement. If you don't want to do the staff recommendation as written, you could add, as long as the funding out clause is included in the final version of the contract. I think Mr. Tepper would be comfortable with that. So that's all. Of course, I'm here for questions.
Yes, sir. Alan.
So, Mr. Durham, thank you for speaking to us about this. You mentioned in the notes, option 2 includes access for services that are not otherwise included in option 1. Could you elaborate on that?
Oh, I believe that refers to the 2 extra months that they're going to give us starting today if we pass this. Those are extra services. And I think as well, they're going to give us some additional training that we normally have to a la carte pay for. If we commit to the bigger bundle, we'll get that included. And I'm sorry it's not more specific than that. It should have been.
Yeah, I was just reading, it says includes additional models and evidence packet building
Yeah, they
features.
have a evidence packet wizard that we could employ, I think, without, if we went for the larger bundle, that they would include that as well.
Do we have any idea of value to us of those?
Training's about $10,000 when they come up here and bring us into this room and train us. I'm sorry, I don't have that. It's greater than 0, so the cost is greater than 0, but I don't have that exact number.
Okay.
With the evidence building packets, it would save time. The amount of time that our staff has to build evidence manually, this would kind of, there's still some manual aspect to it, but there is a level of automation in those packets that we could present to the ARB.
You had it in Waco.
We had this also.
You know, I'm getting tired of hearing about Waco. Seems like all the vendors are coming here. So
Well, we're supposed to be the leader, right?
That's right.
Playing
So
catch up
I
right
do
now.
have a couple of questions. So this is, although we believe it'll save us money, it is a net new expenditure, but it's in the budget, I understand. So this is not something we've been doing.
Well, we have.
We have.
I don't have the exact number of years we've had it versus the
But
exact
in
number of years.
recent years.
We have, recent
Yeah,
years.
we have.
Yeah, we had it last year.
Yeah.
Year before last,
We approved it
perhaps. Maybe
year
I'm
before.
off a year.
But we
I
didn't
thought
have
we
it-
had a gap
Yeah.
Okay.
from, we've had various gaps, and I think you even asked me, why did we have gaps?
Yes.
And, you know, I wasn't even working here at the time when the gaps happened, but my suspicion, you know, was that the prior administration, the one before me, you know, was reluctant to bring expenditures to the board. The board at the time had shown a disinterest in spending.
So the next question is, if we did a 5-year contract, is there a performance clause that allows us to say, no, this is not worth it, we can exit this contract without penalty?
Yeah, and I don't know, but Matthew's probably seen TRIP contracts. If he hasn't, that's why I was saying, pass a motion as written, adding as long as the funding clause is included in the final
Yeah,
version.
funding's different than performance, though. So the funding is if we don't have the funds. If they don't
Oh.
perform,
I'm sorry.
then that gives us the right to exit the contract.
Chairperson,
Yes,
just
sir.
one question. Funding means we choose not to include it in our budget.
Which means we couldn't do it with somebody else either, though. I believe that's correct.
The day we gotta do that, we'll talk about how to draft a budget. There's some real subtleties.
But technically.
of What would be considered funding an item and what would not be considered funding an item. But it wouldn't be so simple as saying, money to go to vendor A, and then doing a budget that said money to go to vendor B.
Well, let me jump to the end there. There is no other data service on
Right.
this level. This is a single source product. So by having the funding clause language that Matthew kind of recommended to me sitting there next to him, if they aren't performing, we could.
Which requires
I'm not-
staff to tell the board.
I'm not a lawyer, but I know one.
Yeah.
We could opt out of
So-
it under the funding.
So that would be
mechanism.
dependent upon staff being communicative with whatever the board is, that it's not performing and recommending not going forward with it, so.
If it's not performing, that I have a feeling like commercial will be fairly frustrated, and they'll bring that to our attention, or y'all's attention.
Any other comments?
Mr.
Wendy, did you have a
Losada
comment?
does.
I know that we have, this board, since the time that I have been on here, has approved this service multiple times in the past, and I think that commercial has benefited from having it, and I think they're operating in a deficit without it. So I believe that this would be a benefit to the commercial group in having it. That's my comment.
Yes,
I have a couple questions, Mr. Durham. Number one, there's a lot of data that's gathered with this group, and I realize that. I think it goes back to when I was on the ARB that this was in place, so this is not a new thing, other than the costs have gone considerably up. So my first question is that part of the motion says we'll do this for the initial year and authorize payment. Are we paying in advance for the whole year?
Yeah, that's pretty normal in data services. CoStar believes the same way. MLS.
Well, I'm sure they do.
As a realtor and broker, I pay in advance for MLS, and Chandler does as well per quarter.
So on January 1st, we're gonna have to write them a check for $80,000,
Yes.
okay? Second thing is part of the information that's gathered here, when a taxpayer or taxpayer agent comes in, if they bring their own balance sheet, would that be weighed against these for actual expenditures and, vacancy and?
You think we get balance sheets?
I'm hoping.
Most of our commercial participants and friends like to provide as little as possible. Now, we do get income and expenses on the property.
Yeah, exactly, and I see, and I've seen how that's been totally disregarded in hearings.
Not in the commercial department, it sure shouldn't.
Oh, it was.
Well, it won't be,
Okay.
as long as I'm
all right.
alive, which is always precarious.
Okay, so then the last question is this a plus advantage for the district to the extent that it's a negative advantage for the taxpayer?
I don't really think of property values in terms of taxpayer or district winning or losing. I'm here just to seek accuracy. So I don't know how to answer that. I will answer this. The government, the state of Texas, through its comptroller's property tax division, grades us and ultimately grades you as to what kind of appraisal district you're running. And this is a data source they have, and if there's any combat, it's kind of with them, to be honest with you, with the state.
So would that data be provided to a taxpayer or taxpayer's agent in a hearing of protest when they have that data also? Or is it just for the district?
Well, it's for the district, but if, anytime we present anything in our review board hearing, it's the property of everyone through.
And this
open
would be
records.
presented.
Yeah, I'm not sure into the minutia on how much is presented, but we would certainly use it in developing our value opinions before we, when they go out the door. And whether it's necessary to use as evidence after that point. We try not to go to the review board, as you've kind of touched on earlier.
I agree.
You touched on very well because, if we can work something out, we're
Yeah.
reasonable people. And we don't like to waste Mr. Moore's time and your time as a,
But doesn't this come in where you have a vacancy clause, or vacancy amount as a projection? Or whatever they come up versus an actual where the taxpayer comes up with and says, look, I've had this building hadn't been rented in 2 years. Cause that just comes up every time. Where does that enter into this?
well, this is a good data source that we would, be able to provide information if we
And it
had
would
that big
accurate-
of a disparity or disagreement.
But it would it would include actuals in this at all? Or are they just doing like a general estimate of what they have?
No, they get into the weeds, on complex commercial property. This data source isn't for a $1.1 million retail strip out on the far side of town. This is for REIT, corporate, $2 billion portfolios. They own 10 apartments that are $50 million each in Tarrant County.
Well, and I've got
It's
one more
big
comment.
stuff where they even have the 10Ks, the SEC filings and things like that they're going through.
That's what I was trying to get.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I want to know one thing. The staff's recommending a 5-year program. The first year at $80,000 and the last year at $105,000, which the total means a 16% increase over the 5-year period. Or they're saying $95,000 for the first year. Bottom line is they can do it for $80,000, else they wouldn't offer it that way. So,
Well, their cafeteria plan is $150,000.
Yeah.
So we
So-
had negotiated down to 95 on the prior 1-year authorization that the board gave. This is an opportunity to save more.
I think I would feel comfortable, if you want to do 5 years, do all 5 years at $80,000, or in other words, approve it at $400,000.
Well, they're not gonna do
They've already
that, so
Well, then they-
that won't be a very good motion.
Well, it will be, because then we don't spend the money. It's
Well,
whether or not
then
this board
we have one hand
wants to
tied
do it or
behind
not.
our hand.
Yeah, it's whether or not
One
the-
hand tied behind our backs when trying to do our job.
Yeah.
And to compete with the state.
Yeah.
They've already negotiated
I'm ready
it
to
down.
make a motion.
Yes, Gloria, you got a motion?
Yes. I want to make a motion to authorize the chief appraiser to enter into a contract with TREP for the TREP CRE subscription service for a 62-month total term, November 2024 to December 2029, at a total cost of $465,000, and authorize payment for the initial year of the TREP CRE service to commence in January 2025 at a cost of $80,000 and include the funding out clause.
Which is
Second.
automatic, right?
Right.
Well,
Well,
I
I got a motion.
seconded it, now
And
you
now
get to
you-
ask your
yeah.
So
question.
you seconded it?
Yes.
Wendy, thank you.
So, I mean, are we why would we spend extra money if we haven't, a lot of places haven't fallen out of the property value study, like we're spending more money for what?
This is commercial.
This is commercial.
This
Just
is
commercial?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
Okay.
only commercial.
Okay,
This
that's
is
what,
only
that's what I'm
commercial.
saying, that wasn't clear, okay.
These are mainly publicly traded companies that we're getting data on, that stuff they report to the SEC.
Okay.
Any other comments or questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Action item 7I, consider the possible action on penalty and interest waiver request for late allocation payments from the taxing entities for good cause. And I do want to make a note, this was a discussion in our last meeting. There was a motion made and passed that relates to this, but yet the one thing I'm asking you, Joe Don, is asking, based on last month's passing of that policy, why is this coming up? And so just why, what's,
So, basically, now the entities have asked in writing, and so it's not our authority, so we're bringing it to y'all as an official action item because the entities have requested this. And so now it's up to the board to decide whether they had good cause or not. So staff did not make a recommendation because of that.
And we at the last meeting said that we wanted them to bring them to us. Because before they were automatically handling them.
right, no, we said that, but there was a, basically Matt had a motion passed that if they're late,
That's
they pay
right.
it. Now, I don't know, and I'm saying, but you're saying because there's a written request,
Yeah, HEB.
that overrides Matt's policy he passed last time.
I don't know if it overrides it, but at least we want to bring it to y'all, and it's,
We appreciate you bringing it to us. And I'd like to move that we do not consider waiving any of these requests.
Do I have a second for Matt's motion? No second. All right, let's do note, four of the entities have letters in here stating what the situation was. Some say they never received it, et cetera. I haven't read all of them. Do note that Tarrant County, there is not a letter, so I suppose they didn't make a written request. Is that a correct statement?
Just didn't
I
get it
thought
out.
they emailed us. Do you remember if they emailed?
We didn't get it.
Yeah, we didn't get the,
Yeah. So I guess my question to staff is, did Tarrant County make a written request?
There is. It didn't get included, but I do have an email from the county.
Okay. So all five did then.
What's their reason for cause?
Well, only HEB gave a reason, I
No, some
thought.
others did too.
Oh,
They all did.
they all did.
never mind. That was two county.
They're just requesting a waiver.
So you're just still determining
Did
whether
not
Tarrant
receive the
County
invoice in
made a
August.
request or not?
I thought we received an email, but I don't see it. Because all I have is an email to the
Waiver, or
county.
somebody didn't see it. The only one that gave a real reason.
I'm sorry, wait a second.
No,
One meeting, Callie? Yes, Callie, say it again?
Well, the reason I ask is, do they only send payment once they receive notice? I mean, it's like me have not paying my credit card bill, like you didn't send me a paper bill. Like, is that how it works, or is it their responsibility to check in on what they owe?
In November, we send all the entities the allocation and the schedule. We allow them to do monthly, annual, or quarterly payments, and they elect that at the beginning of the year, so they know their schedule ahead of time.
Okay.
Then we do also typically send out an email reminder.
Okay, so they're saying they didn't get an email reminder, but they still knew that this was their schedule ahead of time?
Yes.
And they have to know what their bill is to be able to pay the correct amount, because they
Right.
don't know what the amount is until they receive an invoice.
I'm
Well,
just
no,
saying if it was
I
me, like at
thought he was
home, I
saying
would
the sched-
find
does-
out if it was
Does not
coming
the
up.
schedule tell them the amount?
The
So they
schedule
do
on the
know
web-
the amount.
Oh, they do?
It's sent out in November, has the payment, all
My
the payments.
apologies.
Julie, were you aware of a letter from Tarrant County requesting a? Okay. Could you ask Brad, just to make sure? Yes, Gary.
I have a question. It's sort of political in nature, but I think it's valid. In the heat of the moment, when we had a full room with a lot of ISDs in here and a couple of entities, there were threats that were made that we're not gonna pay you what we need to pay you that's allocated for this. And what their portion was already outlined as to what, Mr. Bob had just said. Were any of those threats in here? Because I hear a lot
You
of
know-
different,
You know, I think we ought to stick, honestly, I think we ought to stick to what's in front of us instead of trying to figure out what was said
I believe
several
they-
meetings ago.
I believe they have all paid now. It's just the penalty and interest that has not been paid at this point.
it's very relevant because if they hadn't paid based on a threat, we got a problem. There's not your good cause.
Okay, so he's already said that it's only on.
Right.
That's correct.
It's only on penalty and interest that they're requesting. Do I have any other discussion? Do I have a motion? If there's no motion,
I'll simply, Vince, if you don't mind, I'll simply note that we ran into this situation with the city of Fort Worth earlier this year, and in that instance, we required, and the city of Fort Worth paid the penalty and interest. And so if we're going to be consistent, that should be our consideration.
All right,
I thought there was a motion on the table.
no, it didn't get a second. Didn't get a second.
Do you want to remake your
Matt,
motion?
could you restate your motion?
Well,
you
wait
mind?
a second, I'm the chairman.
Well, there's no motion, sir.
I know, so that,
So let's let him make it.
does somebody like to make a motion?
I will move that we consider to not accept any of the waiver requests, and they be denied. Again,
All right, do I have a second for that motion?
I'll second.
Second. Do you have any further discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you, Gary. All right. Item 8, we are going to recess to executive closed session. Deliberation regarding the deployment of specific occasions for implementation of security personnel or devices related to the Board of Director meetings, and deliberation on the upcoming annual job performance evaluation of the chief appraiser. All right, it is, looks like 8:20, I'm sorry, 11:22.
No, we've gone a little longer than.
JK.
Oh, really? Okay.
So it's strictly future agenda items and we're done.
So I don't go to the restroom first.
Yes, go.
Everybody here?
We have quorum.
Inform. All right, it is 1:16 PM. We're returning to open session, possible action on deliberating on executive/closed session. There was no action taken, so there's no other decision that needs to be made. If you got future agenda items, please email those to me and CC the chief appraiser, and we'll see if those items get on the agenda. Our next meeting date is at 8 AM Friday, December the 13th. Ooh, that's a good day. Here at the TAD offices. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Moved.
Second.
God bless y'all. Have a